Peace, 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 and one love. Peace and one love. This is your Brother Garfield. I haven't been live in a minute. Hebrew Israelism, retroactive identity, invented identity. Jesus will not return. Let's debate live smoke time. All right. So let me just put this. Let me see. I'm live on YouTube, I think. Should be live. I've been live in a minute, man. People like, is this guy still doing YouTube? He has quit. He has quit on us. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. All right, thank you, my brother. All right. What up? What up? What up, Brandon? Let me share this video all over and tag your favorite Hebrew Israelites. It's time to end the lies. I think Hebrew Israelism is a retroactive invented identity, and I could show proof. And I think most of the stuff they teach can be easily be refuted. Now, the argument is not if you should believe in a God or not, because every human being have their own God. My God, I call my parents my God, so that's a God. So you can't say, God, if you don't believe in a God. I believe that my parents are the ones that worked their magic and created me. So I don't have a problem with you believing in a God. All right. Now, the issue is, I don't think any religion is for us that's based off the biblical text. I think the biblical text is a cultural text that people are attached to from back then, and it ain't got nothing to do with us. We got a simple way how to prove this. All right. But let me do this. Let me share this show for a second in a couple of groups in the back chat and let everybody know I'm live. And hold on, live. I'm live. All right, I'm live. I haven't been live in a minute, but I'm live. All right, let me share this on Facebook. Mika said he's back. Let me tag everyone, my followers, and do a highlight so everybody know I'm back. All right, peace and love, peace and love. I think we need to have a very important, I am Garfield, the Hebrew Israelite doctrine killer. All right. Now, when we say Hebrew Israelite, there's no such thing as a Hebrew Israelite in history. All right. This is an identity that was invented by folks of African descent. It's just point blank. Whether it's Abba Bivens, whether it's the One West camps, because there's nobody in history calling themselves Hebrew Israelite. This is original. This is something that was made in America by FBA, ADOS, Caribbean Americans, whatever you want to call it. All right. So if someone wants to have a discussion about a retroactive identity, I think I am prepared. I think I am the number one guy that really knows how to decipher what they believe and everything. One of the things that they believe in, and let me just give a quick example. They believe 70 AD. 70 AD is that the Jews in Jerusalem. As a matter of fact, there's this guy on Facebook that challenged me. He wanted to challenge me on Clubhouse. Balo Wagwan. Where you ass been at? I've been chilling, man. Just been chilling and watching. And I noticed I didn't put in the topic, but I should have. I see there's supposed to be a debate between Pastor Bennett and Brother Jabari. And again, this is the issue with people and your information. Everybody have their own biases. I don't have a bias against either way. I just go where the information leads. And I say to myself, can you close the book, close the Bible, and I want you to tell me if you think Pontius Pilate would existed. Would you tell me that Paul existed outside the Bible? Would you say that Philip existed, one of his disciples existed outside the Bible? Would you say Jesus existed outside the Bible? So let's have a standard. This is all I'm saying. So whether you have your own personal preference, I don't believe Jesus existed. All I'm saying is, who in the first century would you say existed? And just look at how everything measures up, following any methodology you want. You follow your own backyard methodology, scholastic methodology, whatever. Let's look at the people that's documented in the first century and ask yourself, do you think that this person existed? I think without a doubt, more than likely, Jesus existed. It just so happens that there's embellishment in the book, so it turns people off. So you're saying he walked on water? That's the first question you get from these crazy people. You're saying nobody's saying that. Just look at how people wrote. Just read a Greek book, any Greek writing in the first century, and you'll see how people wrote at that time. Oh man. All right. So let's get this going here. A retroactive identity. And what happened is you have different camps. I love a lot of these brothers. I love Sikari. I love ISUPK. I love all these camp brothers. And they try to help people in the community, just like the church. They are basically Christians with a Pentecostal twist to it, with just saying that you need to observe the laws. That's all it is. And they don't believe in no Trinity. That's it. So you say to yourself, how do you put yourself in a position where you can win in a situation with a Hebrew Israelite? What are some of the main tenets that they believe? They believe Deuteronomy 28:68 has to do with them. And I say to myself, and I say to myself all the time, I have a book coming out called Made in America, right? That's going to be my next book. I don't know when it's going to be released. I'll tell you guys 2 to 3 months in advance once it's ready. The book after that is going to be Misconceptions and Misinformation by the Black Hebrew Israelites Part 2, which is gonna be subtitled 300 Reasons Why I don't want to be a Hebrew Israelite. 300 reasons. And one of the reasons I would say right now, which probably won't be in the book, is they don't have a research team to really research. Now, for example, let's look at my brother, Divine Prospect. He claims to be an Israelite. I don't know if he uses the term Hebrew Israelite, but he's a good researcher. But he's a good researcher by himself. Don't mean he has a team. Everybody needs a team. When you have a team, you have other people comparing your work and looking at whatever. I got a team, a research team, and my research team is the best. I got my man Fortune. I had what's his name in it, but me and him not even talking right now. I got a bunch of people on my team, and my team bad. That's what I'm gonna say. My team is bad, and this is why all the arguments that they have put forward have failed. 70 AD failed. The lost tribes of Israel argument failed. The second Esdras failed. Arzareth failed. Failed because I'm exposing and bringing out information, because all these things have to do with the elements that makes up Hebrew Israelism. It's their own doctrine. And what happened is you have some camp dudes that hold to like a One West doctrine that they have to hold to it at core, and they can't say the elders is wrong. Some of them can't say that. Like when me and Gorilla Hebrew had debated, he said that Ariel was a false prophet. Not many people could say that. But anyway, let me get a little jam going on in here. Right? You need to understand this. I can't miss. I do this here often. Biggest mistake you ever could make it. Respecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do. Speak the truth. Speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? I do this here often. Biggest mistake you ever could make it. Respecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do. Thanks. Real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid. Real talk, I debunked the myths. It's still don't run from this. That's a wise man told me. Watch for the fakes and the phones. You gotta be cautious. Listen and open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense, chattering. That's when the daggers are stopping. Okay.
Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist, tell what it do. This is what we're gonna do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist, tell what it do.
Well, I've been for God, Joe. Been a very long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from?
All right, that's my son's gummy beer stuff. Now, here's an interesting question here. Mongo Slade, what up? What up? What up? What up? All right. Now, the brother asked a question. And first of all, let me give a shout out to everybody that supports Brother Garfield podcast, the Dagger Squad. Even when I don't go live, people be hitting me up. You're good, checking up on me and all that stuff. Shout out to all of y'all, man. Chuck Morgan in the building. Peace and love to you, bro. Sister Tamika, love you, babe. Love you, love you. There's a woman I would marry in the conscious community. It would be Tamika one. Ha ha ha. She gonna laugh. All right. Chuck Morgan, Lamar Pope, peace and love to you, brother. Loyal, Bailu, what up, what up, what up? Brother Darrell, my brother switched up, man. You was doing the Christian thing. What happened, man? I saw you left out of that. Mongo Slade, always supporting me no matter what. My brother Jalen, I'm going to get to you in a second. Shout out to Shackle Breakers Reloaded in the building. Naftali, peace and love. Love you, sis. We good? All right. Now, Jalen asked a question. He said, why are you so against the camps? What you out here doing for black people? You see, that's the trick bag. The trick bag. What are you doing for black people? You're leading them into a wait and see program. Is like asking black people to wait for Santa Claus on Christmas Day. It's the same thing. There is no Jesus coming back. There is nothing gonna change. This is a system that we're in, capitalism, and we just have to figure it out on our own what's gonna work for us. So you're trying to tell black people to join your organization to wait because the Most High is gonna kill white people and to do whatever. This is why the camps and Christians are no threat to the U.S. government. You're on a hate watch list, but you're not on a government terrorist watch list. I don't know if people are familiar with this Micah dude in Texas who killed 6 police officers. He followed Kemet. They found him on some sites that follow the conscious community in Kemet and the guy from Public Enemy. I forgot what his name is. And they started following and watching people within the conscious community. And the reason why they're watching them, because they're not predictable. When you believe what your slave master believe or follow the same book, you are no threat. But look at the guy who they held in jail for 6 months after that dude killed the 6 cops in Texas because he was a part of the conscious community and spitting consciousness. They don't have no rap over what Kemetic folks, Nawabians, they don't know what they believe or what they stand on because they know in Christianity, and if you follow the Bible, you're not going to kill people. You're not going to do what the dude in Texas did. He just randomly started shooting people. But if it was a Christian, they'd be like, oh, he's crazy. But ladies and gentlemen, if you believe, this is what the great Dr. John Henry Clark said. Why would we pray to the same God as the slave master? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You are praying to the same God that the slave master prayed to. So you are no threat to the government. And there's no God. They know there's no mystery God. Elijah Muhammad taught us that from 1931. There is no mystery God. What does mystery mean? Something that you have never found, that you will never find. So at the end of the day, you got the Bible from the slave master. The same slave master that brought you over here and used you as economic empowerment for them to be rich today. So ladies and gentlemen, don't tell me that what you're doing, because you're doing nothing more less. You're doing nothing more different than what the Christians are doing, the Latter-day Saints are doing, the Mormons are doing, what Jehovah Witness is doing, whatever Garfield is doing, whatever I do for the people and what I do for them is my own business and what I continue to do on a daily basis. It don't make no difference. All I could do is bring a clean glass to the situation. And I'll tell you this, if people are really interested in to know who they are, I'm going to do a whole show. Who are we? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that one day. So Jalen, or whatever your name is, if you want to come up and have a conversation, I'll give you 2 minutes. I'll stop you. I'll talk for 2 minutes and we could have a conversation without talking over each other. You're more than welcome, and anyone is more than welcome. I think the Hebrew Israelite movement is no different than the Christian movement. They're just Christians that just say, hey, let's follow the laws more, and they don't believe in some of the tenets of Christianity that Roman Catholicism attach, like the Trinity. They don't believe in the Trinity. That's right. But that doesn't make them correct. I think their whole doctrine is wrong, and they have some of the greatest brothers I've ever met. Captain Tazaria, Gorilla Hebrew, Deacon, Hassad, couple other camps out there. There are brothers out there. Yahweh All from Sons of Thunder, Christian Corey Brewer, brilliant brother. Love them brothers. I've met some of the greatest brothers on Clubhouse the last 2 years, and I went on Clubhouse to hear arguments, to hear new arguments, and I've gotten better at looking at the information, and I think I'm a better person to convey the information now more than ever. And I'm a bit wiser, and I think, and I'm gonna tell everybody this right now, I think it's hard. I'm not tooting my own horn, but it's hard. Brother Hashar, love Brother Hashar. Priest Daniela, me and Priest Daniela is actually gonna debate soon. We talked on Clubhouse recently, and we're gonna do what we need to do to get information debates out so people can have their own. And people say, Garfield, what do you believe in? I believe my parents created a beautiful human being who is wise and hip to the games that's being played in our society, and religion is one of them. I am hip. I'm way ahead of the game. I am way ahead of the game. Way ahead of the game. And I've studied into being who I am. I've studied into being who I am, the God who I am. King James and the King James homosexuality and all that stuff. But anyway, shout out to all the people that have taught me and helped me to progress to where I am today. There are a couple of people out there. But when it comes to this biblical text, if you ain't got my book yet, go grab the book on Amazon, man. Y'all gonna love the book. This book is a life changer. Y'all need to get this book. Let me put it on the screen real quick for y'all. Yeah, grab that book. That book is no joke. What he said he doing for black people, what he said he had against the camps that tell people to get off the streets. Why not go at Islam, Christianity? Why he have BHI doctrine? Actually, I go at every religion, my brother. I go at every religion. My specialty is the biblical text. So I'm talking about Hebrew Israelites because I'm around them every single day. Every day. And I do think their information is incorrect. Just like how, why go at the Christians? Who has done more for black people than the Christian church? You want what you believe to be true. Let me tell you something. Me and Tamika pretty much agree on everything, but there's stuff that she agree with that I don't agree with. But it has to do with our prejudices. We all have prejudices. So when you have people leave, you know how many people leave the camps and they're like, thank you, Garfield, man, because you taught me this, da 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 da. But it's not about leaving the camp. I am saying, Jalen, I'm not going to argue with you while you're in the chat, bro. Come on stage and let's have a conversation. I go at misinformation. That's what I'm going at. I don't go at people. I already said I love these brothers. Anything you do You see, that's how they get people. Like, what are you doing? I'm not a part of an organization. What I do is take care of me and my family. That's what I do. That's what I do. All right. So because somebody, the KKK clean up people, that don't mean nothing. They clean up the white guys who were drunkards and crackheads. They clean them up too. It don't mean that they're good for the people. So you know what I'm saying? So that's not a good example. I am actually taking care of myself, my health, my life, and my children. That's my job, and leaving them a legacy. That's my job as a human being on earth. My job is not to help other people and do whatever and stand up on tree corners. That's not my calling. That's your calling. It don't make sense. You know, I'm making the point that just because somebody does something good, that doesn't mean that they're ultimately good. Yes, I compare the KKK. I'm trying to make an example using an analogy. Like, although the group is bad for people, they what you call it? So the KKK, yes, we know Black Hebrew Israelites are not killing people. Yeah. I'm just making an example, an analogy, saying that although people do good, ultimately that doesn't make them good. That's the point. Go to the background of the point and stop trying to say KKK and Israelites. All right. Anyway, my brother, I'm good for now. But if you guys haven't picked up a copy yet, Misconceptions and Misinformation by the Black Hebrew Israelites, Volume 1, pick it up. You're going to learn a lot from that book. And if you haven't ordered yet, the Meltrek 3 is out right now. And if you haven't gotten 1 or 2, I'm telling you right now, with the Portuguese, Dr. Mayat is putting in work. I want to say congratulations to her and putting out some beautiful works. All right. And if you haven't gotten it yet, this is my daughter, Poems to My Younger Self. Peace and love to her. Beautiful human being out there. All right. All right. Yeah, that's all I want to do is sell my books. Yes. There's plenty of cults that help people. Exactly, Regime. Exactly. So if I have a book, you don't think I want the book? You don't think I want to sell my book? Why wouldn't I want to sell my book though? Yeah, I'm paying too much attention to you, my brother. And of course, Bruce Haynes, one of the best books out there, The Soul of Judaism. Make sure you cop that book. It's a beautiful book. All right. All right, cool. He said Vocab Jr. What up, Brian Jones? All right. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, these are some good books that will help. If you want to know about people who migrated and who were Jews right now in America, the earliest set of Jews, this book is a good book for you to read about that in the Bruce D. Haynes. Okay. I don't have anything against scam people. I just have a problem with the doctrine, and that's it. Misconception, misinformation. All right. Peace, West African YDNA. Another loyal supporter who's supported me all along. Rastaman, one love, man. Peace and love to you, my brother. All right. Peace. Hey, Tori, what up, man? What up? Anybody? Let me put the link in the chat and let me pin it. I have so many interviews I have to play, family. I have an interview this Friday coming up with Walter Matfield, who has influenced me so much. It's unbelievable how much that man has influenced me as far as teachings and so forth. So it's an honor to actually interview this guy. I'm going to be nervous. So I'm going to have one of my Christian brothers, our Israelite Christian brother, come on, and he's going to assist with the interview. And I just pinned it at the top. There y'all go. As a matter of fact, too, man, let me do this. Let me do subscribers only, man. Subscribe to my channel. Y'all want to see information. All right, one of the misconceptions, right? You see, this is the cop out. The doctrine is to keep the law. No, that's not the doctrine. That's not the doctrine. That sounds good. Nobody's against anyone trying to live by the law, brother. You see, that's how you cop out. Or you against us keeping the law, huh? You want us to do this. And by the way, too, if anybody wants to go out there and commit a sin, go out there and do whatever you want to do. There'll be no repercussions unless you get caught by the police or the army or whatever. If you want to go rob a bank and be Robin Hood. There's There's no devil coming to accept you into his kingdom when you die. This is the misconception. We're so Judeo-Christianized. We feel if we do something wrong, like, oh my God, the devil is gonna get us. No, that's how the white folks who enslaved you keep you in check, by giving you the religion and said, don't kill, because they didn't want you to kill them for what they have done to you. It was a trick by the slave master. So now, thou shalt not kill. Oh, thou shalt not kill. Yeah. Who? Kill the people that enslaved you. They'll give you the laws for you not to use the law, for you not to use common sense on them. So you could talk all you want to talk. It don't make no difference. All right. Let's get into some of this right here now. I'm going to get into some of this information here. In the meantime, check this out.
Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Shot, no, I can't miss. All you just talking. Never, I do this here often. The biggest mistake you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what to do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. All you just talking. Never, I do this here often. The biggest mistake you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what to do. Thanks. Pseudos, real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid, real talk. I debunked them and it's still. Don't run from this. That's a wise man told me. Watch for the fakes and the phones. You gotta be cautious. Listen and open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense, chattering. That's when the daggers are stopped. Okay. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. All you just talking. Never, I do this here often. The biggest mistake you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what to do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. All you just talking. Never, I do this here often. The biggest mistake you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what to do.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. Teach the truth, teach the truth. Hey, listen, I want y'all to pay attention. Hebrew Israelism is a retroactive invented identity. Let's take a look at the word retroactive for a second. Let's look it up. Let's look it up for the smart folks in the back. Retroactive. Let's see what it means. What is Garfield talking about? Let's take a look. What's up, free thinkers? Let's look at it right here. So when we look up retroactive, we Google it. It says extending in scope or effect to a prior time or to conditions that existed or originated in the past. So that's retroactive. Let's look at invented. What does invented mean? To invent, to create or design, be the originator. He invented an improved form of the steam engine. Identity. Let's look up identity now. Identity. Oh, man. Identity encompasses the values people hold, which dictate the choices they make. And identity contains multiple roles, such as a mother, teacher, and U.S. citizen, and each role holds meaning and expectations. Now, identity, you are a Hebrew Israelite. It's a retroactive. You are trying to say that you are the people from the past, and that's who you are today. I'm saying it's a retroactive. You're moving yourself to the past. You invented an identity by calling yourself Hebrew Israelite. That's what it is. It's a retroactive invented identity. And everybody who watches this, when they say that we live by the laws, do you know the laws that the Yoruba live by? Do you know the laws that the Igbo live by? Do you know the laws that the Akan peoples live by? Have you ever tried to initiate into one of those groups? Have you ever tried to learn what a personhood is or what they go through with the rites of passage? Do you know what these groups would do? Because these three main groups, Yoruba, Igbo, and the Akan, is centralized. Half of the people in the slave trade come from some of those groups, or 40%. And that's what is in North America. That's what's in America. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to make it clear to everybody. Hold on one second. I got to play this song. I got to take a quick break. Hold on one second, family. Hold on there. Hold on there. Hold on there. Hold on there.
Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand it. Straight shot, I can't miss. All you just talking. Never, I do this here often. The biggest mistake you ever could make it. Disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand it. Straight shot, I can't miss. All you just talking. Never, I do this here often. The biggest mistake you ever could make it. Disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do. Real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid. Real talk, I debunked the myth. Sit still. Don't run from this. That's a wise man told me. Watch for the fakes and the phonies. You gotta be cautious. Listen to open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense. Chattering, that's when the daggers are stopped. Okay. Speak the truth. Speak the truth. You need to understand it. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. All you just talking. Never, I do this here often. The biggest mistake you ever could make it. Disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand it. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. All you just talking. Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make it. Disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do.
All right. I had to take a quick break. And hold on a second. Let me order something real quick. Order something real quick here. All right, cool. All right, family. All right. Trying to do business on a Sunday, but hard to do a show. But anyway, because y'all know, if y'all know me, Garfield, very well, y'all know I cannot multitask at all. When I mean at all, I mean at all. All right. So we understand what a retroactive identity is. All right. One of the main things that makes someone a believer in what they call the truth, because they claim it's the truth to pull you in. When did you get into the truth? There is no truth. Because for one, you're going to have to identify yourself as an African-American, Afro-Jamaican, Afro-Brazilian with a culture from the ancient Near East, which is over 3,000 years ago. You're basically saying you are those people bloodline physically wise, which is practically impossible to prove, but they're basing it off scripture. Now watch this, family, and I want y'all to pay attention. The first scripture I'm going to bring out, because I'm going to deal with scripture today. The first scripture I'm going to bring out, and the basis of the belief has to do with several scriptures. The first scripture I'm going to bring out is Genesis 15, verses 13 to 15. I'm going to bring that one out first. Hold on one second. Let me find the King James Version. There we go. All right, let me make this bigger so the audience could see it clearly. This is one of the scriptures some of them use, not all the camps. Some of them use. And what they do is they say to the people, hey, this is us. So this is how they gravitate and grab you. Keenan Wright, peace and love to you. Black African power to you. Back to you. All right, here we go. Look at this. Genesis 15, verses 13 to 15. When I was in the Nation of Islam and processing, this is one of the verses they use to grab people to come to the religion. And he said unto Abraham, know of a surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. That's key, because we always hear the thing about 400 years of slavery. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is important. And he said unto Abraham, know for surety that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. Very interesting. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward shall they come out with great substance. And thou shalt go to thy fathers in peace. Thou shalt be buried in a good old age. All right, I'm going to do something for the family right now, because Garfield is going into scripture, and I want everybody to look at this. I'm going to go to Bible Hub, right? And I'm going to do something for y'all that's beneficial for everybody. Let's go to Bible Hub. Let's go to Bible Hub. Genesis 15, right? 13. Now look at the different translations here. Look at this. It says in the New International Version, it says, then the Lord said to him, know for certain that for 400 years your descendants will be strangers in a country not their own, and that they will be enslaved and mistreated there. Okay. You have the NLV and New Living Translation, 400 years, English Standard, the Berean. This is the no, not the Berean. I'm sorry. Yeah, you have the King James Bible, the New American. You have the Amplified. You have the Aramaic Bible in plain English. So this is the Septuagint version, and it was said to Abraham, thou shalt serve, know that thy seed shall be a sojourner in a land not their own, not their one, and they shall enslave them and afflict them and humble them for 400 years. Let's look at what the JP Tanakh says. And he said unto Abraham, know for sure that thy seed shall be a stranger in a land that is not theirs, and shall serve them, and they shall afflict them 400 years. All right. Now, if you look at the Bible Hub, what Bible Hub does, it gives you a correlation or a follow-up scripture that you can look at and say, hey, maybe this is talking about this. So what they do in the New Testament is in Acts 7, it gives you a whole full rundown of what they're talking about. So Acts 7 retells the story of what they're talking about. And it tells us that they went into Egypt. It says, as the time drew near for God to fulfill his promise to Abraham, our people in Egypt increased greatly in number. Our people in Egypt. It's talking about the story of them going into Egypt in the Exodus. Now, people might say, well, Garfield, they didn't serve 400 years or even 430 years in Egypt. All right, so let's look at it. If they're trying to say some of them, not all Israelite camps teach this, but not all Israelites teach this either. But I want to point this out as the first verse in a chronological order so that we could see where I'm going and what I'm talking about. All right, and this is important. People got to learn stuff carefully. Now, watch this, family. I want you guys to pay attention to something that's happening here, right? Watch this. Watch this. When did the slave trade? And by the way, too, and this is from our Jamaicans like rooted like Mika and my Caribbean brother Free Thinkers podcast. When would the 400 years start for you? Unless this is specifically talking about America. Now, if it's talking about America, watch this, family. That means, what about the other people in the other countries? Are they not Israelites? You see why the NOI attracted people, right? Because they were the first one that said it was from 1555 to 1955 is 400 years. And Minister Farrakhan pointed it to himself, saying that's the year that he started to progress in the Nation of Islam. So he's the God that has been coming into existence on earth. They put him in place to be on earth in 1955. I don't know if you guys know that. So the Nation of Islam says it's 400 years from 1555 to 1955. They were the first people I know of that start talking about the 400 years is us. Now, let's look at it first carefully right now. Jalan, chill out, Jalan. Because if you go to Acts 7, it tells you it's talking about the story about Abraham is in Egypt. The 400 years, and this is why I went to the Bible Hub. Because if you go down and look at it, the 400 years could be symbolic. It could also represent 4 generations. But let's take a look at what it says in here. In the land of they will be enslaved and mistreated 400 years. Right there. So the 400 years could be symbolic because this is a writing and it's years later. It don't necessarily have to mean 400 literal years. But let's say it does mean North America. What about the people in Jamaica? When did they start getting enslaved? Because slaves started going to Jamaica from 1492. So 1492 to 1892 is 400 years. What about in North America? North America, 400 years started when? When did the 400 years start? 1526, according to my brother from the FBA, Mr. Tariq Nasheed. We have records of South Carolina people in South Carolina enslaved in 1526. This is way before 1619. So what are you talking about? When did the 400 years start? The Nation of Islam said 1555. So when does it start? I would say when the first slaves are in North America, which is 1526. 1526 to 1926 is 400 years. It's been almost 500 years. Where is the substance coming out? Where is it that you were enslaved for 4? You weren't enslaved for 400 years. You weren't. 1526 to 1865 is how many years? 300 and mash. So are you going to say, Garfield, and come to me and say, hey, you know what? This is what it is, bruh. This is what it is. I want to put us in a position where we could do what we need to do as a people. And I'm going to say this, and I'm going to do a whole show next week, hopefully, if I have the time. Who are we and where are we from? And the steps we must take as individuals. And the reason why Israelites get criticized, or Christians or people who have beliefs, is because you're going out in public. So you're in the public eye saying that I have the truth. I'm telling you that you don't have the truth. You don't know what you're talking about. That's what I'm saying. And you're only doing it because we have a group mentality or a gang mentality, like we have to be a part of a gang. We got Dagger Squad, House of Consciousness, Amin Ra Squad, Pseudo Killers. We always feel like we have to be a part of a group. So when we become a part of a brotherhood now, like a fraternity or a sorority or a fraternity or a group, a Masonic group, we want to be inclusive. NAACP, the Urban League, SCLC. We want to be a part of a group. The Christian Alliance, Black Christian Church Alliance. We like to be a part of a group. That's a part of us. We want to be included. That's why when the brothers not in church, they're on the corners. You look in Chicago, you have all these gangs that's connected with Morris Science Temple and Islam. You got the Bloods, the Crips. We always want to be a part of a group. So being a part of a group don't make the group right or you in the truth. It sounds good, but you're not in the truth. Because if Garfield questions you, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know. You have no idea. Oh, you're not in the truth. You don't have the spirit. That's why you don't get it. Now watch this. 1526 to 1926. 1526 to 1865. 330 years. 29 years. It's not us. Has nothing to do with us. And in fact, if you continue to read the scripture, and this is how we know it doesn't have nothing to do with us. This is how Garfield knows. Look at this right here. Look at verse 14. Verse 14 says, And let me read the King James because they're so obsessed with the King James. And also that nation whom they shall serve will I judge, and afterward they come out with great substance. Okay. Let's go to verse 15. Look at this now. You, however, will go to your ancestors in peace and be buried at a good old age. Go to your ancestors. Who is your ancestors? The Israelites. So where are you going in America to your ancestors in peace and be buried at a good old age? Where is that location? Isn't it you're supposed to be in your land, which is Canaan? That is your place where you're going to be buried with your ancestors. Your ancestors wouldn't be here. It wouldn't be North America. It would be in Israel, where Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David, Solomon, all of them are buried. You wouldn't be America, my brother. Come on, man. And then let's look again what it says in verse 60, which is another dagger. In the fourth generation, your descendants will come back here, for the sin of the Amorites has not yet reached its full measure. Now, ladies and gentlemen, where is here? Let me say it again. Where is here? Don't mess with me, Israelites. Where is here? In Israel, in Canaan, where God gave you according to the tradition. How is this America? And by the way, too, it says in the fourth generation, your descendants will come back here, for the sin of the Amorites has not yet reached its full measure. Ladies and gentlemen, who are the Amorites? The Amorites are the Canaanites that lived before the pre-Israelite time period in Canaan, according to the biblical text. Who are the Amorites? The Amorites don't live in America. It ain't got nothing to do with us. After 4 generations, your descendants will return here to this land, for the sins of the Amorites do not yet warrant your destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, it ain't got nothing to do with America. If Genesis is written by around the time of Moses, 1400 BC, we know that's not true. Well, let's say it is. You're saying that he's saying that the sin of the Amorites is who? Oh, the Amorites is the Edomites, is the white man, right? You're going to reinterpret who the Amorites are. Yo, let me tell you something, family. This is why I don't care. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it ain't got nothing to do with America. Genesis 15. That's my point. And that's my point. Now, let's move on to a different scripture for a second. Let's go to Exodus 13 for a second. And I'm going to go to verse 10. You must keep this ordinance at the appointed time, year after year. Whatever that is, ordinance is, right? After the Lord brings you into the land of the Canaanites and gives it to you as he promised on oath to you and your ancestors. If you notice this word ancestors being used, the same word ancestors being used in Genesis, right? Let's go to verse 12. Look at this. You are to give over to the Lord the first offspring of every womb. All the firstborn males of your livestock belong to the Lord. Okay, verse 13. Redeem with the lamb every firstborn donkey, but if you do not redeem it, break its neck. Redeem every firstborn among your sons. Look at verse 14 and tell me what it says. In days to come, when your son asks you, what does this mean? Say to him with a mighty hand, the Lord brought us out of Egypt, out of the land of slavery. Let me go to the King James Version. And it shall be when that thy son asketh thee in time to come, saying, what is this that thou shalt say unto him? By strength of hand, the Lord brought us out from Egypt, from the house of bondage. Mm-mm-mm. All right. Now let's look at what verse 15 says. All right. And it came to pass when Pharaoh would hardly let us go, that the Lord slew all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, both the firstborn of man and the firstborn of woman. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I get this verse right. Let me go to Exodus 14. Let me go to verse 12. Didn't we say to you in Egypt, leave us alone, let us serve the Egyptians? It would have been better for us to serve the Egyptians than to die in the desert. Moses answered, do not be afraid, stand firm, and you will see the deliverance the Lord will bring you today. The Egyptians you see today, you will never see again. Let me go back. Let me go down to the King James Version. And Moses said, Moses, this is Moses talking now, ladies and gentlemen, said unto the people, fear ye not, stand still and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will shew to you today. For the Egyptians whom you have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. I'm going to say this again. For the Egyptians whom you have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. All right. Let me go to another Let me go to another verse now. Deuteronomy 17. Let's go to Deuteronomy 17. Verse 16. Let's see what it says in the King James Version. But ye shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt, to the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord has said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. You shall not go back to Egypt, ladies and gentlemen. And you might be saying, Garfield, why are you reading these scriptures? Why? You know why, right? Watch this, family. Why is Garfield reading the scriptures? Because I'm going to Deuteronomy 28:68. Let's go to Deuteronomy 28:68 and read it from a perspective, because they say that this is the biggest recruiting tool for people in North America, in Africa, in Jamaica, in Brazil. Look at what it says. It says here, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. When did God say unto them, thou shalt see it no more again? Watch this, family. Is Exodus written before Deuteronomy? Yes. Is the Exodus tradition before the Deuteronomy tradition? Yes. Is Deuteronomy 17 before Deuteronomy 28? Didn't God say through Moses that you will not see Egypt no more? So this is why it says, thou shalt see no more again. And this is why it says, by the way whereof, where is a location of, I spake unto thee, thou shalt see no more again. This is referring to what? What is it referring to? Deuteronomy 17:16, right here. Ye shall henceforth return no more that way anymore. The Lord has said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. And let me see if I find Exodus 14 verses 13, 14. But listen to this now. Listen to this now, family. Look at this. Look at this now. Watch this. Remember, they saying that this Egypt is bondage, and the Lord shall bring thee into bondage again. This is what they're saying. But watch this, family. Look at this. Look at the key words now. Remember, Deuteronomy, Exodus 14 and Deuteronomy 17 says that God told Moses, you shall not see Egypt no more. So the person who is writing this, which is supposedly possibly Moses, according to biblical tradition, says, by the way, where, location, not bondage, of the conjunction, I spake unto thee, or preposition, thou shalt see no more again. When did he say that? He said it before, earlier in Deuteronomy, and he said it also in Exodus 14. So this is God talking. So now look at this now. This is the key word that kills them, that knocks them out the box. And there, what does there mean? It can't mean bondage because there means location. It's not T-H-E-I-R, a possession. It's saying their location. Where? Not in bondage. They're in Egypt. So Egypt doesn't mean bondage in this situation. Egypt does mean bondage sometimes in the Hebrew. Yes, it does. And there ye shall be sold. Look at this, family. Ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. But hold on a second here. And there is a location. So we know it's Egypt is referring to the country. Because God saying earlier, he said, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. When did he say that? Exodus 14, Deuteronomy 17. When did he say that? He said it before, early in the writings of Deuteronomy. So he's referring to this place called Egypt where they went before. So that's why he said, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen. But there's also another problem. Look at every single translation outside of the King James. Watch this. I want y'all to pay attention right now. Watch this, family. I want y'all to pay attention because this is why they don't like Garfield. Because I speak the truth. I don't have no benefit. You can't trick me. Look at this right here. Look at what it says in the New International Version. The Lord will send you back in ships to Egypt on a journey I said you should never make again. There you will offer yourselves for sale. Now look at what it says. It says you will offer yourselves for sale. Which African American, which Jamaican, which person in the Caribbean offered themselves for sale to your enemy slave master? Who said, take me? I want to offer myself for sale. Which one of us did that in the audience? You Hebrew Israelites are liars. Now watch this, family. You offer yourselves for sale. When did you do that? To your enemies as male and female slaves. And guess what? Guess what, family? No one will buy you. I thought all of us in the slave here will we call it. You know what they go to? They go to Leviticus 26 and say that, it's just saying that nobody shall redeem you out of. No. Don't trick us. Don't try to trick us. First of all, you never offered yourselves to slaves in the King James Version. The King James Version is the wrong version. Now let's look at the New Living Translation version. There you will offer to sell yourselves to your enemies as slaves, but no one will buy you. Let's look at the English Standard Version. You shall offer yourself for sale to your enemies, but there will be no buyer. Look at the Marine Standard. You will sell yourselves there again, Egypt. You will sell yourselves to your enemies as male and female, but no one will buy you. Then look at this now. Thou shalt see there you shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. The New King James Versions. And there you shall be offered for sale to your enemies, but no one will buy you. You will offer yourself for sale, but there will be no buyer. You will offer yourself for sale, 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 no buyer. You will offer yourselves for sale, but no buyer. All the translations, and you shall be sold there to your enemies as male and female seed, and you shall be sold, and there is no one who buys. That's the only one, the Aramaic Bible. Look at the Septuagint. And ye shall be sold there to your enemies for bondmen and no man shall buy you. Look at this. No one shall buy you. You shall sell yourselves. Let's look at what the Hebrew actually says. Because I'm not a Hebrew expert. See that they bring up Deuteronomy in the commentary. Even them folks says the experts is going back to Deuteronomy 17:16 and pointed it out, the connection. But watch this, family. I want y'all to watch this. Watch this for a second. The Lord Yahweh will return you to Egypt in ships by a route that I said. Who said it? God said you should never see again. Remember I told you that? Deuteronomy 17, Exodus 14. There, Strong's 8003, you will sell. This is the verb, the hitpael stem, wehet makartem. Conjunctive perfect, second person, masculine plural. You will sell You didn't sell yourselves when you came off them slave ships. Them niggas, all them niggas was packed up and sold. Shout out to the Igbo landing people who decided to commit suicide and jump in the ship. They say, I'd rather go die in the sea than be a slave over here in America. Shout out to the Igbo landing people. Hey, I'm on YouTube right now. I'll call you right back, okay? All right. You will sell yourselves to your enemy, but no one will buy you. You gonna run to Leviticus 26? Look at this commentary right here. I want y'all to look at this right here. If you look, it is a fact that after the capture of Jerusalem by Titus, the Jews were in large numbers carried into Egypt and there subjected to ignominious bondage. And in the time of Hadrian, multitudes of Jews were sold into slavery. So we have examples of ships. We also have Alexander the Great time. We have ships. We have times in Jeremiah they were brought in on ships. But guess what Garfield has? Garfield has the primary of the Assyrians carrying Israelites into Egypt on ships. I have that primary. So we could say, and that's when scholars think Deuteronomy, some of it was written. Because remember, Deuteronomy 28 with the curses and the blessings, it emulates the Assyrian curses and blessings that they talk about, that they give to their vassal kingdoms. Say, you better do this or you'll get cursed. Some of them are even word for word. So we know what the writer is doing right here in Deuteronomy 28. It ain't got nothing to do with North America. Nothing at all. Absolutely nothing to do with North America. Nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. My brother, did you sell yourselves? And they were bought. It says no man shall buy you. It's not applying to you, brother. It's sad Garfield have to educate the Hebrew. Like, it ain't like they don't know this info already, but they want to live the lie. They want to live a lie. Now look at this guy right here. Most Igbo came through Virginia. Most Igbos, 50% of Igbos landed in Jamaica, the island. Jamaica, or what the Spanish call it, Santiago. Let's get our facts right. Let's get it right. Let's get it right. No man shall buy you. You show me one Negro or one nigger that nobody bought. Look at this guy. Nobody will buy your labor. Get out of here. Your shit is garbage. 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 Kenta Kunta. Oh, you are a funny guy. I run from JJ 7000 every time. Every single time. Run. I'm running. So Deuteronomy 28:68. Okay. So we dealt with Genesis 15, the 400 years. Deuteronomy 28:68. Let's go. Let's look at another verse that they use. And I'm going to show y'all something real quickly. Let me stop sharing. Let me go to my presentation real quick. Let's go to the presentation and take a look at what's going on. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Garfield is here just for the truth, not for no lie. I'm here for the truth.
The truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Shot, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what it do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what it do. Cool, thanks. Kudos, real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid, real talk. I debunked the myths. Sit still, don't run from this. That's a wise man told me. Watch for the fakes and the phones. You gotta be cautious. Listen and open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense, chattering. That's when the daggers are stopping. Okay. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what it do. Speak the truth, speak the the truth. You need to understand this. Shot, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Therefore, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever can make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what it do.
All right, we just here for the truth, family. Whether you accept it or not, you could do whatever you want to do. I'm just gonna say to you, you could do whatever you want to do. Let's go. Second Esdras and Arzareth. This is one of my old presentations. Second Esdras is an apocryphal book. It's written in the 1st century. But what happened is Hebrew Israelites teach that this book, ladies and gentlemen, was written by the real Ezra from the 5th century BC. So what happened is this puts them in a predicament, because if it's written by somebody else other than Ezra, their whole doctrine falls right in a pool of water. This kills their whole entire doctrine. So they're fighting to keep Second Esdras as a book by Ezra based off of faith, but they can't prove it. There's no manuscripts. Hold on, Pops. I actually forgot. Hold on one second. Let me just add this. Hold on, family. I gotta play this song one more time. Let me deal with my son real quick. Hold on, one more time.
Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Shot, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Therefore, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever can make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what it do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Therefore, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever can make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what it do. Kudos, real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid, real talk. I debunked the myths and still don't run from this. That's a wise man told me. Watch for the fakes and the phones. You gotta be cautious. Listen and open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense, chattering. That's when the daggers are stopped. Okay. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Shot, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Therefore, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever can make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what it do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Shot, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Therefore, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever can make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what it do.
All right. So what they're trying to do is, I don't know if anybody has ever studied British Israelism or Armstrong. What they're doing is using white folks' information and put a black face on it and say, hey, we are the Israelites. While the Christian nationalists are saying we are the Israelites, or we're the true people come from the Bible people. Now they're saying that. All right. Okay. All right. So watch this now, family. We're in a position where if we are believing in Second Esdras, what is Second Esdras? It's a book, according to academia, it is widespread in academia and scholarship that is written. Some of it was written in the 1st century, not all of it. Some was written probably in the 2nd century and the 3rd century by Christians adding on to it. But it's pretty much a book that's standard in academia, is written in the 1st century. I've interviewed scholars. One of the top scholars is a female. I'm going to replay her interview one of these days. But she talks about it, and she told me personally, this is a 1st century book at the earliest. But look at what it says. Why is it important to them? Because they want to be the lost tribe. This is a part of them. This wants to be the lost tribes. These are the 9 tribes that were taken away from their own land into exile in the days of King Hoshea. whom Shalmaneser, the king of the Assyrians, made captives. He took them across the river, and they were taken into another land, but they were formed this plan for themselves, that they would leave the multitude of the nations and go to a more distant region where no human beings had ever lived, so that there are at least they might keep their statutes that they had not kept in their own land. Now watch this, family. Why this is important? Two things I observed. 9 of the 10 tribes, Dan was in it. Dan is never talked about in the West. They took Dan out because of the whole thing with Revelations or whatever, or whatever reason. But if Dan was one of the lost tribes that went over into the exile, why is Dan not in North America? Because they're trying to say that Arzareth is America. They want to teach that Arzareth is America. That's what they teach. So these doctrine, they need second Esdras, because second Esdras is the one that pushed this whole Arzareth word. So second Esdras, and they went in by the narrow passage of the Euphrates River, for at that time the Most High performed signs for them, and stopped the channels of the river until they had crossed over. Through that region there was a long way to go, a journey of a year and a half, and that country is called Arzareth. Arzareth just means another land. It's a compound word, come out of Deuteronomy 29. And what the guy who wrote this is, he actually made an error and combined two Hebrew words to make it one. That's what Arzareth is. So people think Arzareth is a real place. It's actually not a real place, because he said where no man has ever lived before. But when he's writing this in the 1st century or even in the 5th century BC, if it was him, people were already living in the Americas. You had Native Americans here over 13,000 years ago. So what are you talking about? What land are you referring to? Because everywhere in the world was inhabited. This is why it's a place that where no man has resided. Well, men resided everywhere at the time this was written, whether it's written 5th century. Arzareth is not an actual place name, but it's instead a corruption of two Hebrew words, Eret Aheret, which simply means another land. The New Oxford Annotated Bible, family, look at what it says. It says second Esdras, right? The New Testament uses the apocryphal Deuteronomical books. Second Esdras was written around sometime in the 1st century. If you look at all the manuscripts, the book known as Second is actually a composite work made up of 3 separate writings: 5 Ezra, 4th Ezra, and 6th Ezra. Esdras is the Greek form of the name Ezra. Second Esdras is considered apocryphal, that is non-canonical but instructive in both the Roman Catholic and Protestant traditions. Since the Council of Trent, it has been placed together with 1st Esdras and the Prayer of Manasseh in an appendix to the Latin Vulgate Bible. Second Esdras is not included in the Septuagint or in any Jewish canon. Any Jewish canon. Any Jewish canon. Any Jewish canon. 4th Ezra, the longest and most complex of the 3 parts of Second Esdras, is also the earliest, written in Hebrew by an anonymous Jew in Israel near the end of the 1st century. It sets forth its author's anguish, reflections on the destruction of Jerusalem and its temple by the Romans in 70 CE. Sometime in the 2nd century, Ezra was translated into Greek and subsequently into many other languages. Although both the original Hebrew text and the Greek translation were lost over time, the book is in no less than 8 versions: Latin, Syriac, Ethiopic, Georgian, Armenian, 2 independent Arabic versions, and a fragment Coptic version. This large number of translations attests to the book's immense popularity in the many Christian churches of the early Middle Ages. Second Esdras and the New Testament. Now, I'm sorry I got to bore people who don't really deal with the Bible. All right. How would we know if people resided here? Okay, let me just say this to everybody. Now, Jalen, you have all this talk in the audience. Why don't you come on stage? Mr. 7707, why don't you come on stage? Arzareth is a compound word, brother. It's made up. The person who translated Arzareth, it's a compound word from Deuteronomy 29. So if you want to still argue about that because you don't have the knowledge, leave it alone. All right. All right. So anyway, let me get back to this real carefully about Arzareth. So basically, they like to say, well, Jesus was quoting Second Esdras. The first two chapters, Christian interpolations, the first two chapters of Second Esdras appear in the Latin version of the book, but not the Greek. They are considered by most scholars to be Christian in origin. For this reason, and more especially because they speak of the Messiah in Christian terms and assert God's rejection of the Jews in language resembling the Christian theology of the 2nd and 3rd centuries. Remember, they're using Christian languages from the 2nd and 3rd centuries. So you're saying, I gathered you as a hen gathers her brood under her wings. It states, apparently quoting a phrase used by Jesus in Matthew 23:37. But now what shall I do to you? I will cast you out from my presence. This section also contains a vision of the Messiah as the Son of God who ministers to the martyred saints in heaven. Then I said to the angel, who is that young man who places crowns on them and puts palms in their hands? He answered and said to me, he's the Son of God whom they confess. Because of their Christian character, these chapters are therefore generally considered to be late additions to the work from the 2nd or 3rd century. This is from the Encyclopedia Britannica. This is what the scholars say. Most scholars today suggest that the most likely date for the composition of Second Esdras would be sometime after Titus's destruction of the Second Temple in 70 CE. The scholarly interpretation of the eagle of Second Esdras 5 being the Roman Empire would indicate that the probable date of composition lies towards the end of the 1st century, perhaps 90 to 96, though some suggest a date as late as 218 AD. However, critics question whether even the main body of the work, let alone the chapter that exists only in the Latin version, has a single author. Some perceive no less than 5 hands at work on the text, while others argue that except for the late Christian interpolations, the book is written by one author. Even the so-called Christian chapters are defended by some commentators as representing a Jewish concept of the Messiah as a supernatural being, as can be seen occasionally in later rabbinical tradition in the Talmud and Midrash. So when we look at chapter 1, verse 30, we see it in Matthew, Luke, Romans, Matthew. We see it all over the New Testament. These are the Christian interpolations that are using Jesus, saying that they say the Hebrew Israelites say Jesus is quoting it, but in other words, it's quoting what the New Testament said because it was written after the New Testament. Again, another major blow for Hebrew Israelites is throwing Second Esdras out because it's a 1st century book. It's pseudepigraphia. It was not written by Ezra. It's talking about, and even if we look at it, listen to what happened. As to date, while the definitely Jewish portions are earlier in their present form, these chapters may be approximately assigned to the 2nd century AD. Thus, the references to the Gospels would make the very end of the 1st century AD the earliest possible date. But the writer shows some knowledge of the Greek apocalypse of Baruch, which would bring the date down to the early part of the 2nd century AD. James has, however, shown conclusively that the writer was acquainted with the apocalypse of Zephaniah, which would bring the date to a still later time after the middle of the 2nd century, so that in its present form, this section of our book must be dated after 150 AD, but there's no sufficient reason for dating it long after this date. Christian interpolations. Oh, man. I'm telling you. We see the first person quoting it. Imagine this. The first person that quoted is Clement of Alexandria around 180 AD. Wow. 180 AD. So nobody in history of the Jewish tradition is know these writings. Second book of Esdras, written around 100 AD. Family, Second Esdras is out the door. Ezra produces the 94 books. What is the 94 books that he's producing? Some would say the 24 would be the Tanakh, and the 70 would be the 70 from the after the Septuagint. Make public the 24 books that you wrote first and let the worthy and the unworthy read them, but keep the 70 that were written last in order to give them to the wise among you. Which 70 is he talking about? The 70 might refer to the Septuagint. Most of the Apocrypha are the lost book that are described in the Bible. So that's again showing when it was dated, family. That's when it was dated. And this is the quote. But as for me, I spoke in the daytime. I was not silent at night. So during the 40 days, 94 books were written. What 94 books? We know the 24 is the Tanakh. Yo, King James 16:11 says, "For my son Jesus shall be revealed with those that be with him, and they that remain shall rejoice. Within 400 years after these years shall my son Christ die, and all men that have life." What is this talking about in chapter 7, 28, 29 in the King James Version? What is Jesus doing in 2nd Esdras? It clearly talked about Jesus. This is obviously a book that's written in Christian time periods, family. My son Christ died. It's not a prophecy. This is something that's written in the 1st century, family, first 2 centuries. This is a Christian writing. And what happened after the 400 years? Oh, man. Let's go to the Zondervan Bible that they like to quote, that Negroes who are not Hamites and separate black people and all this foolishness that they do. Look at what the Zondervan Bible says that they like to quote. Apocrypha, derived from a Greek word that means hidden. Apocrypha has acquired the meaning false, but in a technical sense, it describes a specific body of writings. This collection consists of a variety of books and additions to canonical books that, with the exception of 2nd Esdras, okay, and it puts 90 AD, were written during the intertestamental period. What is the intertestamental period? 200 BC to 200 AD. Their recognition as authoritative in Roman and Eastern Christianity is a result of a complex historical process. So they're saying in the Zondervan Bible that you guys like to quote, I guess you don't like the Zondervan Bible no more. Encyclopedia Britannica agrees with me. The earliest Old Testament list by Melito don't even include it. It don't include it. Nobody knows the 2nd Esdras book. But we here in America, African Americans, Jamaican Americans, Brazilian Americans, are people who are holding to this Hebrew Israelite lie, as I call it. The doctrine is a lie. I love the people, but your doctrine is a lie. This kills 2nd Esdras. Look at the church fathers. Show me the church fathers that are quoting 2nd Esdras and saying that it's canon. Show me somebody that has it in its canon. Any canon that's 2nd Esdras. You won't find it. Ah, man, 99.9% of scholars believe 2nd Esdras was written in the 1st century CE. No manuscripts of 2nd Esdras exist in the BC era. Take 2nd Esdras out of the One West doctrine, game over. Let me speak the truth one more time, family. I'm just here for the truth, family. That's all I'm here for. Nothing else. I'm just here to speak the truth.
Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. I can't miss. While you just talking, never I do this here often. The biggest mistake you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. While you just talking, never I do this here often. The biggest mistake you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do. Cool, thanks. Kudos, real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid, real talk. I debunked the minutes and still don't run from this. That's a wise man told me. Watch for the fakes and the phones. You gotta be cautious. Listen and open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense, chattering. That's when the daggers will stop. Okay. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. While you just talking, never I do this here often. The biggest mistake you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. While you just talking, never I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. While you just talking, never I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. While you just talking, never I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do. Cool, thanks. Kudos, real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid, real talk. I debunked the minutes and still don't run from this. That's a wise man told me. Watch for the fakes and the phones. You gotta be cautious. Listen and open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense, chattering. That's when the daggers will stop. Okay. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever can make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist, tell what it through. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever can make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist, tell what it through.
This is the part that I like the most. If you remove second ezras, Arzareth, the 10 tribes, everything falls out of place or what? Not only for them, but also for the Christian white crazy folks where they got the information from, the Herbert Armstrongs and so forth. $707. I'll get to that in a minute, my brother. Watch this. And by the way, the link is at the top. I don't think anyone can be a Hebrew Israelite. It's something that's made up. It's a retroactive invented identity. Now watch this. What happened to the 10 tribes when they went to Assyria? And another thing to that we need to talk about. What did the Bible say? How many people went? We could go in 2 Kings 18, and we could go to 2 Kings 17:6. But let's look. Let's stop for a minute. Let me see if I actually... Hold on. This is very important. 2 Kings 17, verse 6. I want everybody to pay attention, right? Because this has history to back it up. Hebrew Israelite, my brother, is a term that was invented recently in the 1900s. Okay, my brother? Nobody can be that. Y'all made that up. That's why in my book, I'm going to talk about how y'all made it up and the progression and positivity about the group. Wipe off your mouth, Pop. I want to disrespect the greatest? All right. You never heard this before. Now look at this. In the 9th year, Pops, close that door. In the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria captured Samaria and deported the Israelites to Assyria. He settled them in Halah, in Gozan on the Habar River, and in the towns of Medes. So, ladies and gentlemen, pay attention. He settled them in Halah, in Gozan, on the Habar River, and in the towns of the Medes. That's where Persia is. Okay? Now, watch this. Jeremiah, Judah, you're not allowed on my show, my brother. You're not allowed on my show. You violated me too many times, and my forgiveness has run out. I don't fear you. You have nothing to offer me here, and you're a rowdy goose. So you're not allowed here, and you know that. I don't know why every time you try to come on my panel, you're not allowed over here, bro. I don't need you. I don't need your energy. Your energy is one of the worst energies in this community. Nobody's scared of your information. Nobody's scared of nothing you have to say. And go make 20 videos about me. Okay. All right. So 17:6 tells us in the 9th year of Hoshea what happened. Now, verse 7. All took place because the Israelites had sinned against the Lord their God, who had brought them up out of Egypt from under the power of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. They worshipped other gods. All right. So now watch this now. 2 Kings 17:7. 2 Kings 17:8. And follow the practices of the nations the Lord had driven out before them, as well as the practices that the king of Israel had introduced. And walked in the customs of the nation of the Lord. The Israelites secretly did things against the Lord their God. Then we're going to go to verse 22. Let's go to verse 22. And the people of Israel persisted in all the evil ways of Jeroboam. They did not turn from these sins. Verse 23. Finally, the Lord removed Israel from his presence as he had declared through all his servants, the prophets. So Israel was exiled from their homeland into Assyria, where they are to this day. Okay. Verse 24. The king of Assyria brought people from Babylon, Hosla, Ava, Hamath, and Sevar, and settled them in the towns of Samaria to replace the Israelites they took over Samaria and lived in its town. Okay. If you notice, they took Israelites from different tribes, right? And I want y'all to pay attention to this because this is very important. I'm going to show you something real carefully. All right. Now that we know they took them, let me get to this 10 tribe presentation. What happened to the 10 tribes when they went to Assyria? I want y'all to understand this. We got primary accounts showing what happened. Some of them received preferential treatment, reasonable treatment. Under Tiglath-Pileser, some of them were joined in at the Israelite auxiliary troops, Samaritan charioteers. They joined the armies of the Assyrians. So if they were in the army in Israel, they became a part of the army in Assyria. Then you have individual texts showing that they were a cohort commander. Why are you, if you're an Israelite, why are you a cohort commander in Assyria? Because you got the job that you were. They weren't slaves. That's another lie. They were in captivity. Oh, really? Interesting. Arizayu, a bodyguard from Nineveh. Then you have Ahiyahu, an archer. Then you have officials, palace personnel, the chief of accountants in Gozan. So you have somebody who is an accountant in Israel. He went to Assyria to become an accountant. Chief of public works. This sounds like some big important positions. They were priests, skilled laborers, building a new capital. So he's over there being an architect. Merchants. They sold a slave girl. They were landowners. They were even snitches in courthouses. So you're telling me these people were captives or under captivity, and they're able to go to court and snitch on other people? What are you talking about? So it's a lie. The lost tribes is a lie. Look at what Eric Klein says. Between the efforts of Tiglath-Pileser, Shalmaneser V, and Sargon II, more than 40,000 people were carried off from the northern kingdom of Israel. And by the way, too, I don't even believe that number. 13,500 by Tiglath-Pileser, 27,200 by Sargon and Shalmaneser V. When they did archaeological surveys, it indicate between 222,000 and 350,000 inhabitants were living in the northern kingdom of Israel at the time. Therefore, the population of northern kingdom would not have been decimated by the Neo-Assyrians if they only carried off approximately 40,000 people. So, ladies and gentlemen, if they only took 40,000 out of the 22, which is less than, that's probably around 15%. So surveys and excavation indicate that the population of Jerusalem suddenly increased from about 1,000 to 15,000 inhabitants, while the population of Judah grew from about 40,000 to 120,000 during the last decades of the 8th century. So some of the Israelites left from northern Israel and ran to Judah. Most archaeologists suspect that this sudden expansion has everything to do with the collapse of the northern kingdom. Distribution of Israelites after 720 BC, the population is 220,000, 40,000 exiled, 80,000 fled to Judah, 100,000 remain in Samaria. If it's 300,000, 230,000 remained in Samaria, 40,000 in exile, 80,000 fled to Judah. 11% were carried off into exile. Those who were carried off into exile in Assyria were most likely taken to the few specific locations given in the biblical account. In Halah, on the Habar, the river of the Gozan, and in the cities of the Medes. So on the map, you see where Halah is. In the book of Tobit, that's written around the 2nd century BC, tell the story, I, Tobit, walked in the ways of the truth and righteousness all the days of my life. I performed many acts of charity for my kindred and my people who had gone with me in exile to Nineveh in the land of the Assyrians. Suggested locations: North America, Japan, Central Asia, and England. Although perhaps as many as 20% of the inhabitants of the northern kingdom of Israel were carried off into exile, the vast majority of the so-called 10 lost tribes went either nowhere or south to Judah. In brief, the 10 lost tribes were never lost. We know exactly where they went. Some were carried off to Assyria, some fled to Judah, and the vast majority simply remained where they had always lived. Some of those who remained on the land intermarried with the new arrivals and became the Samaritans, known to us from both the Hebrew Bible and the New Testament. However, although the 10 lost tribes per se were never lost, the northern kingdom of Israel did cease to exist, and the ethnic identity of the Israelites as a separate people did come to an end in 720 BC. The area and its people was subsequently incorporated into the Neo-Assyrian Empire, and then the Persian Empire, and then the Hellenistic kingdoms, and then the Roman Empire, and so on and so forth. But then, in 701 BC, Sennacherib and the Neo-Assyrians launched an attack on the southern kingdom of Judah. All right. All right. They were never lost. They were never lost. And I say it again, they were never lost. Now watch this. Deportations. The fourth period of invasion and deportation was by King Esarhaddon during the reign of Manasseh, king of Judah. 2 Chronicles 33, 10-13. The army of the king of Assyria captured Manasseh and took him to Babylon. And when he was in distress, he entreated the Lord his God and humbled himself. He was moved by his supplication and brought him again to Jerusalem into his kingdom. Esarhaddon mentions Manasseh among his tributaries and from time to time held his court at Babylon. In 530, descendants of the foreigners that Assyria had moved into the land opposed the returning Jews' new work of rebuilding the temple. The enemies of Judah and Benjamin heard the returned exiles were building a temple to the Lord God. They said to Zerubbabel, "We have been sacrificing to him since the days of Esarhaddon, who brought us here." The mixed foreign peoples now assimilated in the land. Now, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of you don't know, but Esarhaddon had a deportation also. And that's what the guy is testifying in Ezra 4:1-3. All right. Population numbers. Remember, I gave you academia, right? What academia said. Thank you. Now I'm going to give you what the Bible says. So these people don't believe in no academia. They believe in their Bible. 2 Samuel 24:9. And Joab gave up the sum of the number of the people unto the king. And there were in Israel 800,000 valiant men that drew the sword, and the men of Judah were 500,000 men. 800,000 men does include elderly male and female, women and children. I could add another 800,000, making the population around 1.6 million. In 2 Chronicles 13:3, 800,000 men versus 400,000 men. And Abijah set the battle in array with an army of valiant men of war, even 400,000 chosen men. Jeroboam also set the battle in array against him with 800,000 chosen men, being mighty men of valor. Then the men of Judah gave a shout, and as the men of Judah shouted, it came to pass that God smote Jeroboam and all Israel before Abijah and Judah. If you notice, by the way, it says all Israel. All Israel didn't include Judah. Remember, before Abijah and Judah, they are fighting, right? Those men are fighting against Judah, is fighting against Israel. God took Judah's side. Of course, this is reading from a Judean perspective. And he killed. Remember, it says God smote Jeroboam and all Israel. All Israel don't include Judah. And that's another lie. In history, Judah and Israel was never one. They were never one. Only in the biblical text they are united. This is why there's arguments in academia about Israel and Judah in the 10th century BC. Because Judah was just a small area that probably wasn't even occupied that much until like around the 8th century BC. There's no evidence Judah existed as a culture before 8th century BC. There's no evidence. Only in the Bible they are writing retroactively 400 or 500 years later and trying to make Judah and Israel one. They did that, but it's not. There's no reality in it. Because why in the Bible here? Look at what it says. Then the men of Judah gave a shout, and as the men of Judah shouted, it came to pass that God smote Jeroboam and all Israel. If all Israel included Judah, it would have included them. But they're not in it. They're separate. And the children of Israel fled before Judah, and God delivered them into their hand. And Abijah and his people slew them with great slaughter. So there fell down slain of Israel 500,000 chosen men. So those men were in a war. They were both in war. They were in a war together. See? Abijah set the battle in array with an army of valiant men of war, even 400,000 chosen men. So he had 400,000. Israel had 800,000. Jeroboam was on God's side. God was on Judah's side, and they killed 500,000. So they were reduced from 800,000 men to 300,000. So 509 leaves a population at 1.1 million. If the Assyrians took 40,000, which is less than 5% of the northern tribe population, 95% of the population remained in northern Israel. That's a dagger. Dagger. Yeah, at one point they both worship Yahweh. Yes. And so did the Edomites, Kwame. So did the Edomites. Did the Bible now watch this, Mika? And this is to my brother Zion Lex, Divine Prospect, Katazar, Yawasap, people that do research outside the text. Did the Bible exist before the Assyrian captivity? Was there an order in place before the Assyrian captivity? So if the lost tribes were lost, technically, which they weren't, we just found out that they're not lost. What would they have had with them? What would they have had with them? Come on, let's think about it. Did the Bible exist before the Assyrian captivity? No, it did not. See, look at dating the Bible. This is from a Wikipedia article, dating the Bible. Look at this. Look at all these scriptures. 8th century, 7th century BC, right? The date or range of dates most widely held by scholars. The majority of modern biblical scholars believe that the Torah, the books of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, reach its present form in the post-exilic period. The 5 books are drawn from 4 sources. There's general agreement that the priestly source is post-exilic, but there's no agreement over the non-priestly sources. Genesis, post-exilic. Exodus is an anthology drawn from nearly all periods of Israel's history. Leviticus is entirely priestly and dates from the exilic, post-exilic period. Numbers is a priestly redaction of a Yahwistic, non-priestly original. Deuteronomy, now the last book of the Torah, began as a set of religious laws. Now we have elephantine papyri as evidence. According to what we may deduce from these writings, Moses may not have been, and there may not have been any slavery in Egypt, no Exodus, no kingdom, and no prophets. There's no mention of any tribes or a claim to any ancestors in Judah's territory. Abraham, Jacob, Joseph, Moses, Samuel, David, and other names derived from their past history as recorded in the Pentateuch and early literature never appear among the numerous names of colonists, nor in Nehemiah, nor any other name derived from their past history as recorded in the Pentateuch and early literature. It's nearly unbelievable, yet it's the truth. The fact that the papyri record the presence of a small Jewish temple at Elephantine as late as 411 BCE, complete with altars for incense offerings and animal sacrifices, is also important. A temple like this will be in direct breach of Deuteronomic rule, which states that no Jewish temple should be built outside of Jerusalem. Furthermore, the papyri indicate that the Jews of Elephantine wrote to the high priest in Jerusalem, requesting his assistance in reconstructing their temple, implying that Jerusalem temple priests were not implementing Deuteronomic law at the time. Zuku festival. I don't even want to go into that, how they sprinkle up blood on the doorposts and they did all this stuff. Papyrus Samurai 63. Shout out to Kyle for that. The myths of the lost 12 tribes. Then we find, look at this now, family. I'm going to show you how the lost tribes were never lost, right? Watch this. How is it that they find the people? This guy said he found over 40,000 Jews, 10 yeshivas, 28 synagogues. He found people in the same areas where they were exiled from in the Bible. There are 100,000 people in Gozan, thousands in Medes, all places where the tribes were sent. Come on. How is it that they're finding people in the same location saying that that's them, they descend from that, but it's you in America? But so these people are liars, but you got the truth. You got to explain how you got here. This is why they are hinged up when they talk to Garfield, because you can't show and prove that the Jews that you talk about in Europe and in the Portuguese Jews or the Spanish Jews, that they are you. You can't prove that. You can't prove that Jews left Jerusalem in 70 AD and ran into West Africa. You can't prove that. So now you're stuck. And then, well, Luke 24, this says this. No, because it's talking about it in context. In context. And if you don't understand the context, then you're going to have a problem. Another problem that I should have brought out in my debate, I was trying to bring it out in the debate with Guerrilla Hebrew, is Genesis 49 is written in the second and third person. That means somebody altered the text. I'm going to say it again. From another perspective, however, tribal discourse is strangely limited. Of these 26 lists, 6 are in the books of Chronicles and so forth. But look at what Genesis 49 do, right? there is some people argue that it should be the other way around. Towards this end, the most important point to make is that it seems quite clear that Genesis 49 is composed of two parts, which may date to very different periods. The frame of the poem, particularly visible in Genesis 49, 1-2, and Genesis 49, 28-33, makes Jacob its speaker and makes the whole appear in the form of a deathbed blessing. Then much of the rest of the poem seems to be executed in the third person, absent the awareness that it is being pronounced by the patriarch or anyone else. The frame seems generally to extend to first four blessings in the poem, those of Reuben, Simeon, Joseph, and Levi. Now, when you start adding, Klaus Wasterman already noted both the likely redactional nature of the frame and the unusual character of at least three of the first four blessings. Following on his argument that Genesis 49 as a whole represents a collection of individual sayings, he suggests that the collection had to be inserted into the context by means of an appropriate introduction. It has been and into a P context, and a V1A belongs to P and is continued in V28B. He also noted that the blessings of Reuben, Simeon, and Levi diverge markedly from the others in form and content, and elsewhere that the Judah blessing along with Joseph's blessing has probably been expanded. He did not, however, put these observations together. If he had, he likely would have realized that it is precisely the conceit of the frame itself that marks Reuben, Simeon, and Levi's blessing and Judah's out from the rest. That is, these four blessings and only these four are produced in direct speech, as if plausible spoken by the patriarch. The other blessings are instead third-person description of the tribe. So, for example, in Genesis 49:3, Jacob refers to Reuben directly and emphatically, "You are my firstborn." In 49:6, not so much a blessing, Jacob seems to pray that my soul will not be entered into the council of Simeon and Levi. It is likely that it was originally Yahweh rather than Jacob who threatens to disperse them in Jacob and scatter them in Israel. Yet the deployment of this verse in the context of the frame makes more sense than the repurposing of the northern material we will shortly discuss. As for the blessing of Judah, the crucial phrase is quite explicit, "my son," in Genesis 49:9. From that point on until 49:28, which resumes Jacob's speech after the blessings have been completed. The only uses of the first person voice occur in Genesis 49:18 in the seemingly disconnected utterance, "For your salvation I wait, Yahweh," and the phrase in Genesis 49:26 which reads, "The blessings of your father are mightier than the blessings of my ancestors." Okay, all right. All right. I'm going to leave the 10 tribes alone. I'm going to leave all this stuff for anybody who wants to debate. 10 tribes is in Africa and all that stuff. Returning, Deuteronomy 28:68, returning to Egypt in ships. Assyrian kings of the 7th century coerced their vassals into supplying troops for their military campaigns. One way then for the Israelites to return to Egypt in ships would be in the Assyrian campaigns launched from the Phoenician coast, in which they were obliged to take part. This represents continued oppression by foreign enemies, as the curses have detailed. Another possibility would include falling victim to Egypt's slave trade in Syria, Palestine, where the slaves were often transported by ship. Oh, boy. I think I've taught enough for one day. Next week, I'll go into some false prophecy. Who is Belshazzar's father, Nebuchadnezzar or Nabonidus? Belshazzar, while he tasted the wine, commanded to bring the golden and silver vessel with his father Nebuchadnezzar. His father, he says, Nebuchadnezzar, had taken out the temple which was in Jerusalem. There's a man in thy kingdom in whom is the spirit of the holy, like the wisdom of God was found in him, whom the king Nebuchadnezzar, thy father, the king. I say thy father made master of the magician, Then was Daniel brought in before the king, and the king spake and said, Art thou that Daniel which art of the children of the captivity of Judah, whom the king, my father, brought out of Jewry. All right. O thou king, the most high God gave Nebuchadnezzar thy father a kingdom and majesty and glory, and thou his son, O Belshazzar, has not humbled thine heart, though thou knewest all this. However, according to an inscription found in the city of the Nabonidus cylinder, as for me, Nabonidus, king of Babylon, save me from sinning against your great Godhead, and grant me as a present a lifelong of days. And as for Belshazzar, the eldest son, my offspring, instill reverence for your great Godhead in his heart. So Belshazzar is actually the son of Nabonidus, but in the Bible, it says Nebuchadnezzar is his son. From the verse account of Nabonidus, when the 3rd year was about to begin, he, Nabonidus, entrusted the army to his oldest son, his firstborn, the troops in the country he ordered under his command. He let everything go and trusted the kingship to him. So the Bible writers got it wrong. I won't even get into Darius the Mede right now. I'm not going to get into that. That's a whole nother argument I'm not going to get into right now. But that's another error, major error by Daniel if it was written by him. All right? I'm not going to get into that right now. How is Cyrus to let the Jews free, but the Bible says it's Darius? Cyrus Cylinder. Yeah, Cyrus takes Babylon and Darius the Mede. Nebuchadnezzar has 9 children, 6 boys and 3 girls. None of them was Belshazzar. And he wasn't his grandson either. Because they like to say, hey, son can mean grandson. He's basically saying he's his father 4 different time periods. All right. Anybody want to come on stage now? We could have a conversation about these lost tribes and all this different stuff and get this stuff out of here. Link is at the top. Anybody want to jump on? We could jump on. We could dialogue. We could have a conversation about this. And let's go. Let's go, family. What's up, family? Nobody want to talk? Don't be a stranger, Garfield. We need you. Yeah, I'm gonna get to the New Testament in a minute. Next time I get to the New Testament. But Hebrew Israelism is a retroactive invented identity. Jesus is not coming back. I could do 2 things. I could say Jesus told me himself in a dream and a vision, because that seems like more receptive to the pseudos in our communities. I could say that. You can't prove that I'm lying. How are you gonna prove it? But in the Bible, he says, really? Really? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. What's up, Ramza? Come on, nobody want to talk? Everybody want to jump around and nobody want to talk and challenge Garfield. Why y'all don't want to challenge me, man? I'm like the master teacher for the entire Hebrew Israelite community.
Speak the truth, speak the truth. She need to understand this. Shop, I can't miss. All you just talking. Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. She need to understand this. Straight shot, I can't miss. All you just talking. Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it do. Thanks. Who knows? Real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid. Real talk. I debunked the myth. Sit still. Don't run from this. That's a wise man told me. Watch for the fakes and the phones. You gotta be cautious. Listen and open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense, chattering. That's when the daggers are stopping. Okay. Speak the truth. Speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never. I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You mean I've never heard this before? One more for the playlist. Tell them what to do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never. I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You mean I've never heard this before? One more for the playlist. Tell them what to do.
First of all, hey, let me say this to the sister Ephraim, right? I'm gonna do this for you real quick. You're disrespecting my greatness right now. This is what you're doing. And let me replay this song before I do what I'm about to do to you right now. So you should even leave Garfield alone. Leave Garfield alone, sis. I will take you out of your misery.
Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Shot, no, I can't miss. While you just talking, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what to do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. While you just talking, never. I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what to do. Kudos, real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid, real talk. I debunked the myth. Sit still, don't run from this. That's a wise man told me. Watch for the fakes and the phones. You gotta be cautious. Listen and open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense, chattering. That's when the daggers are stopping. Okay. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never. I do this here often. The biggest mistake you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what to do. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never. I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever could make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what to do.
All right. Peace and love. Peace and love. Who goes?
Peace and salutes, brother. This is Red Squid. How you doing?
This is who?
Red Squid X-Files.
Okay, what's up, Red Square? What's popping? What's in your mind?
Shit, chilling, man. I just hear you in your bag, yo, for real. I just thought that I'd ask you, have you heard about the links of Jesus being prophesied in the Old Testament?
I've always heard that, and it's possible of him being based on how there's messianic tones in the Old Testament that we talk about somebody that's coming in the future. But as far as it being Jesus, I think if it really was the Jesus of the first century, he failed miserably. This is why in the Kittus War, they had another guy named Andreas they thought was the Messiah. And in the 132 to 135, the Bar Kokhba revolt, they saw Bar Kokhba was the Messiah. So because they don't think Jesus was the Messiah, the Orthodox Jewish community. It's people today who have embellished his life story that want to carry on this tradition, which is told by unknown authors and who made up their tradition to let Jesus fit the tradition.
Mm-hmm.
What happened is they're thinking for 2,000 years this guy is coming back, but they're generally speaking, the Muslims, the Christians, the Jews, or whoever holds to anyone returning is generally a part of a wait and see program. You're waiting for God to see something happen, and that's the only way they could conquer this wicked society. If you look at Hitler, the people under Hitler was waiting for somebody to come and save them from Hitler. If you look at anyone else, you will see what you want to be.
Yeah, I know a lot of people did want to come in the name of Jesus.
Hold on 1 second. Pause. Hey Shira, I'm gonna say this to you one time. I'm gonna put you on the screen. Just because we disagree,
that's fine.
You want to bring up that I'm a Jamaican, I want to be effing Jamaican with a Guyanese accent, I'm a fraud because we disagree. Come on, man. If you're lost in your source, your religion and teachings is false. We disagree. Come on and defend it. You don't have to be in the chat doing all of that. If you notice, I don't disrespect Gorilla Hebrew. I don't disrespect Captain Tazariak. I don't disrespect my brother Corey from Tabernacle of David. I don't disrespect them. We just disagree. People can disagree. You're too emotional. So if you're not Ephraim, and I'm about to get into Ephraim right now, which is going to hurt you real bad. So pay attention to why you can't be Ephraim either. Okay, pay attention because I'm about to give it to you. You're about to get some work right now. You're about to get this work. So pay attention. All right. Go ahead, my brother. You finished?
Nah, it was on you. You were speaking.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So when they talk about all of that, I don't hold to none of that. And even as I love my Christian brothers and sisters.
Well, I was saying something. That's right.
Yeah, I love the black church, man, because without the black church, I probably wouldn't even be in America right now.
Well, yeah, okay. So all right. So there are concepts in which, like you mentioned, Jewish people, you gotta, they're not all the same, so-called, because there's some that don't believe in Christ at all. So of course their opinion is going to be they don't believe something. But those people that you mentioned, they wasn't stabbed in their side or crucified. Mm-hmm. But the prophecies that are in the scripture are detailing the things that happened to Christ before it happened. So the scriptures would tell that those people were not messiahs, right? Those are false messiahs, people who's clout chasing the concept. And we see that echoed in anything, like everything in scripture, you can fractal into the language that you find everywhere. Like those that say they are Jews, but not in the synagogue of Satan. I think it's a way to interpret that is that, those who lie to you, who say they one thing, but they something else, that's of the devil. But when it comes to the Jesus concept, the real prophecies that I was trying, or a prophecy of Christ that I want to share with you is in the book of Genesis, where you have the names from Seth to Noah. Have you heard about this breakdown?
No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
All right. So from Seth to Noah, if you take the Hebrew meanings and translate it into English, it's a prophecy of Christ. There's a video that does it already, you know what I'm saying? But it's something, to the effect of, it describes, when you put the names to their meaning, the meaning to their names, it describes Christ for it. And the Chinese language is based off scripture and the book of Genesis. And there's a video that tells you that. It's called The Ancient God of the Chinese.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Hey, Akan Ben Deja, what's up? Akan Ben Deja, what's up?
Hello, can you hear me?
I could hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, what's up, man? Long time.
All right, what's popping?
No, just literally just came on, man, seeing what's good. But really, I wanted to continue on our little, but I don't know if it's the right time, but yeah.
Okay. All right. Let me do something for my sister in the audience, because I can't. I only could tell you and grab you out of these damn cults, man, because they are cults. They are cults. The One West camps, they are cults. I'm not, and they know I'd say they're cults. They are cults. That's what they are. You have a unified teachings and you have weird ideas and concepts. King James is black. We're this, we're da. All right. I want to talk about this, then y'all chime in and do whatever y'all want to do after. Mr. 707, do you have time, my brother? All right, so let me just teach this in the meantime. All right, now I want everybody to pay attention to this. There's a problem between the Septuagint and the Masoretic text, right?
It's echoing, playing back.
It's echoing. Somebody gotta mute up. Everybody gotta mute up. Everybody mute up. All right, let everybody mute up. All right, is it still an echo?
There ain't no echo.
All right, cool. So everybody mute up. All right. Now, Watch this. I want y'all to pay attention to this, right? And this is very important to the sister that's talking about Ephraim. Be careful how you're using your words and talk about Garfield. I was sent here by your God to correct you. All right, watch this. So watch this now. The problem, how many descendants? 70 or 75? In the Masoretic text, it says 70. In the Septuagint, it says 75. In other words, the Masoretic text is missing 5 names found in the Septuagint. This variation correlates with other references in the Torah. Now, when I use Septuagint, Septuagint is not the proper term to use. It's really the Greek version of the Old Testament. Septuagint was a word invented in the 4th century, I think by Jerome or one of them guys. All right. But if I say Septuagint, don't pay it no mind. It's no big deal. All right. According to the Masoretic text of Exodus 1:5, Jacob's descendants number 70, whereas in 2 scrolls from Qumran in the Dead Sea Scrolls and in the 70, they number 75. The traditional 75 is also found in the New Testament in Acts 7:14 and in Philo's writing, the Migratione Abrahami. Both of these sources reflect the 70. Now in Deuteronomy 10:22, most of the witnesses testify to 70. To complicate matters further, these 5 names are found in both the Hebrew and Greek texts of Numbers 26, which is the earlier tradition, 70 or 75, or how did the one change to the other? Now watch this. The sister talking about Ephraim, she from Ephraim, right? Because she from Puerto Rico. These 5 extra names are descendants of Manasseh and Ephraim. In the Masoretic text, Joseph's descendants are only his sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, whereas in the 70, his sons have 5 descendants. Watch this, family. Manasseh has a son named Mashir and a grandson called Gilead, and Ephraim has 2 sons, Sutalam and Tom, and a grandson, Edom. Pay attention. Masoretic text. To Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, whom Asenath, daughter of Potiphar, a priest of On, bore to him. So if you look now, and to Manasseh were born sons, da, 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 da. All right, okay, that's from the translation of the Septuagint. Now watch this now. The problem with Ephraim and Manasseh having descendants on the list, it is most likely that this process was not accidental but intentional, since in the context of Genesis 46, the 5 names pose a serious chronological problem. According to the internal chronology of the book of Genesis, at the time when Jacob and his sons descended to Egypt, Manasseh and Ephraim, pay attention, sister in the audience, Ephraim, I told you, don't play with me. Manasseh and Ephraim were too young to have children and certainly grandchildren. Let me say that again. They were too young to have children and grandchildren. Now watch this. Pay attention, everybody. Genesis suggests that Joseph marries Asenath immediately after his appointment by Pharaoh. Genesis 41:45. At the same time, the years of plenty begin. Genesis 41:32. Joseph's sons were born before the famine, and Jacob's family arrived in Egypt after 2 years of famine. So Joseph's sons are younger than 9 years old at this time. They could not have had offspring at this age. So ladies and gentlemen, Ephraim could not have had a son or a grandson at that age. He was between what? 2 and 9 years old. And this goes for Manasseh and Ephraim. But I'm going to get deeper in a second. The LX version of the name list in Genesis 46 is the most original extant list. Why do they draw that conclusion? This text served as a source for the expanded census in accounts in Numbers 26. So Numbers 26 agrees with the 75. So we know what the original is saying. It is saying 75. And thus, in the oldest form of Genesis, Jacob had 75 and not just 70 descendants. But what then is the origin of the number 70? In other words, why did the Masoretic text of Genesis 46 omit the sons and grandsons of Manasseh and Ephraim and cut the number down to 5? Okay, Ephraim, here you go, sister. Solving the numerical contradiction. Deuteronomy 10:22, which notes that Jacob had 70 descendants, may have played a role in the development of Masoretic text of Genesis 46. Although the number 70 there may have originally intended as a round, even typological number, perhaps an editor took it literally and intentionally omitted 5 names from the list of Genesis 46. But even if this is a factor in the development of Masoretic text Genesis 46, why were these 5 particular names omitted? As noted above, according to the chronology, Manasseh and Ephraim were too young to bear offspring at the time of their grandfather's descent to Egypt. Observing this problem, a copyist deleted the problematic passage containing the birth of these later generations and changed the sum total to 70 in Genesis 46 and Exodus 1. Now watch this, family. Look how I'm gonna get her. I'm gonna get her real good. I'm gonna get her real good right now. Watch this. You want to claim Ephraim? I got you. I got you, sis. I got you. I got you. I got you good. I got you real good. I got you. You want to claim Ephraim? I'm going to show you ain't no damn Ephraim today. And you're going to throw that shit out. Look at this. Let's go to 1 Chronicles 7 in a minute. I'm going to show y'all why what I just read is important. Remember, the Bible is contradicting itself with the 70 and the 75. The Bible is, not Garfield. Remember this 707 when you come back on. Garfield is pointing to you and show you how the Bible contradicts itself. Now watch this. 1 Chronicles 7:21, right? Now the people of Gath who were born in the land killed them because they came down to raid their cattle. And their father Ephraim mourned many days, and his brothers came to comfort him. Ephraim went into his wife, and she conceived and bore a son, and he named him Beriah because disaster had befallen his house. Ephraim then went on to have another son, Beriah, so named because just before getting back to the genealogical details, the short story concludes by telling us that Beriah had a daughter named Shira. So if you notice her name, Shira, in verse 24, and that she was credited with building both lower and upper Beth Horon. Now, people pay attention. And with that, we're back to the tedium of unrecognizable names with one exception. The genealogy ends in verse 27 with Joshua, the son of Nun, of Canaanite conquest fame. Why is any of this interesting? It turns out that the short story contradicts everything we're told elsewhere about Israel in Egypt, the Exodus, and Israel's conquest of Canaan. I want y'all to pay attention to this, right? Let's just remind us ourselves of the Hebrew Bible's main narrative. Ephraim, the head of the genealogy, was born to Joseph and Asenath in Egypt. He had one brother, Manasseh. Many generations later, Joshua, the son of Nun, came out of Egypt on the Exodus and acted as Moses' right-hand man. In the intervening period, the Israelites were in Egypt. When the Israelites entered Canaan after the Exodus, Joshua on his southern campaign chased an Amorite coalition down the valley of Ajalon, passing by Beth Horon. Now watch this. Starting with Shira, who appears only here in the Chronicles record, she's credited with building upper and lower Beth Horon. But if she was in Egypt, being a descendant of Ephraim, why was she building cities in the Canaanite highlands, specifically the Ephraimite highlands of Canaan? Come on, Ephraim. Now look at this map right here. This is Beth Horon. This is Egypt. Remember, they came down to Gath. Gath is in the Philistine era. Remember Gath, where David and Goliath? Goliath is from Gath. Now, why would they be coming down to Gath if they were in Egypt? Something is wrong. We got to stop presupposing that the Egyptian story is early. It's actually late. And I'm going to prove it in a minute. What about Ezer and Elid? In which direction did they go to Gath? Down. This is quite telling. Journeys from Egypt to Canaan in the Hebrew Bible describe the direction as up from Egypt. If the journey is the reverse, then the direction is down to Egypt. So if they went down to Gath, then they can't have come from Egypt. If they had come from Egypt, the text would say, now the people of Gath were born in the land, killed them, but because they came up to raid their cattle. Why were Ephraim's sons, if he was in Egypt, going down? And where did he come from to go visit his sons? And how did he know that they were killed? Finally, who was it who came to comfort Ephraim? It said Ephraim, his brothers. Plural. This goes against Scripture's main narrative that tells us quite emphatically that Ephraim had only one brother. The ramifications of all this are that First Chronicles 7:20-27 give us a picture of the origins of the tribe of Ephraim that don't fit the usual story of Israelite origins. In fact, the two contradict. The Chronicles short story has Ephraim living in the Canaanite highlands and not Egypt, not going on any exodus and having no need to conquer the land. They're already living and building in it. Ladies and gentlemen, you know what this is telling us? And let me show you one scripture just to prove my point. Where's she at? Where's she at? Come back. Where's she at? She was making all that noise earlier. Where's she at? I hope y'all ain't block her. Where's she at? Where'd she go? Shira, right? You built it, Shira. This Jamaican wannabe effing Jamaican gonna show you how much of a fraud you are right now. Watch this. Let's go to Exodus, the book of Exodus 1. Right? Let's go to Exodus. I want y'all to look at this right here. I'm going to murk you right now. Since you want to be Shira Ephraim. You helped build the town, but you never lived in Egypt. Because you never were in Egypt, because the Exodus never happened. This is why in Chronicles, it says he came down and he mourned with his brothers. So they added an Exodus tradition after the Babylonian exile to say that we came out of Egypt. This is why all these crazies are trying to prove the Exodus, whether it's Anonymous Hebrew, Orthodox Moor, all these people, Brother Dr. David Falk, all of them believe in the Exodus because it's in the Bible, but the truth is it never happened. Watch this, family. Exodus 1:1. Remember this, right? These are the names of the sons of Israel who went to Egypt with Jacob, each with his family. Look, I'm a murker right now. Don't F with Garfield again for the rest of your life. These are the tribes: Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher. That's 11, right? That's 11 tribes. But watch this now. Hold on a second. Watch this now. Watch this now, family. Let's go to 4. And let's go to 5. Watch this now. Watch this. The descendants of Jacob numbered 70. So it's not the 75, it's 70 in all, including Joseph, who was already in Egypt. Now watch this, family. Look at verse 6. This is why you shouldn't F with Garfield. Leave Garfield and Jamaican alone. The descendants of Jacob number 70 in all, including Joseph, who was already in Egypt, right? Now Joseph and all his brothers and all that generation died. Where's Manasseh and Ephraim in Exodus? This is why Ephraim and Manasseh is not even mentioned in Exodus. They're not in the tradition yet. This is why they had to rewrite and put 70 and put Joseph and put all of this here. This is why it differs from the Chronicles position. Because if all the generation, his brothers died and all his generation, that includes Ephraim and Manasseh. It includes them. And Joseph died and all his brethren and all that generation, they're dead. So how are you Ephraim today? Yeah, want to be fucking Jamaican, fuck you back. Get the fuck out of here. You dead. You dead. Your own Bible says it. So go argue with your Bible. Go argue with your Bible now. Don't argue with Garfield. You dead. Stop messing with Garfield. You, now Joseph and all his brothers and all that generation died. So how you end up in the Bible, the rest of the Bible is Ephraim, because the people who are writing the story had to make up more shit as they go. I just killed Manasseh and Ephraim. All y'all niggas claiming that y'all died and done with. Please, get out of here. You must have forgot. Hold up, let me play my theme music one time.
Yo, hold on. Yo, listen, that was good. I just want to entertain you, brother.
Biggest mistake you ever could make is respecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it is. The truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight out, no, I can't miss. Or you just talking. Never, I do this here often. The biggest mistake you ever could make is respecting the greatness. You may have never heard this before. One more for the playlist. Tell what it is. Cool, thanks. Kudos, real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid, real talk. I debunked the myth, exist still. Don't run from this. That's a wise man told me. Watch for the fakes and the phones. You gotta be cautious. Listen and open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense, chattering. That's when the daggers are stopping. Okay. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever can make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard it before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what it proves. Speak the truth, speak the truth. You need to understand this. Straight shot, no, I can't miss. Are you just talking? Never, I do this here often. One of the biggest mistakes you ever can make is disrespecting the greatness. You may have never heard it before. One more for the playlist. Tell them what it proves.
All righty. Now, what are you saying now, RXXF? What's up?
Yeah. So what if someone says to you, what is, they question, what is a generation exactly? Right? You know what I mean? Like, what does it mean to say that your generation died? You know what I mean? Because right after that, it says, and then Israel flourished.
Hold on 1 second. Let's go back to the scripture, my brother. All right, I got you. What was it again? Exodus what? Exodus 1. Let's go to Exodus 1 and deal with what you're saying. Let's go to the King James Version and let's bring it up on stage. And what people don't know, I'm going to bring up something that people don't even understand either. Here we go. Complete genealogy. Let's go. I got you. I'm going to do this for you real carefully here. Let me do this. All right, let's do this right here. I don't think you're listening, but let's deal with your question. Here we go. And the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied and waxed exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them. Now there arose up a new king over Egypt, which knew not Joseph. What people don't understand, right? People are writing and rewriting later on. This is why I talked about in First Chronicles, because First Chronicles story shows a generation of Canaanites growing up out of Canaan to become the Israelites. You don't need an Exodus story to be an Israelite.
Okay, so you're talking about
hold on. So what happened is in First Chronicles, and this goes for all the tribes. All the tribes grew up in Canaan, all of them. And what happened is, originally it was about Joseph coming out of Egypt. And what happened is, this is why you have the JEPD theory. You have different writers writing at different time period. Now, I'm not saying no Exodus happened, meaning that I think it was natural because of trade and commerce. There must have been an Exodus, but not to the wider extent. Now, why is this important, what you said? This is important, right? And the children of Israel were fruitful because of the number that came out of Egypt. Because what happened is, if you document the tribes, you could tell who had a baby and who had who. The genealogy is there. So there's people who from the tribe of Judah, we could show between only 6 tribes really were in the Exodus tradition and wandering. There's no more than 6 tribes. The other 6 tribes are affixed to a 12 tribe concept after the Babylonian exile and was redacted into the text after. And how I prove that is, I'm not going to do it today, but I'm going to do it another time. The 6 tribes that were in the Bible, in the Exodus story, are the main tribes. And what happened is the tribes were added later. So when you look at the 12 tribes listed, for example, Deuteronomy 33, Moses even got it wrong. He had 11 tribes. Simeon was missing. You go to the Song of Deborah, Judah is missing. Simeon is missing. A bunch of tribes, like 5 or 6 tribes are missing. So we have records within the Bible with the oldest text within the text that contradicts the overall meaning of this 12 tribe concept. It was later added on as a 12 tribe concept because of Greek influence. That's the only reason why, because the Greeks had their 12 tribes and they did their thing with 12 tribes and 12 this, 12 gods and all that stuff. But as far as this right here, and the children of Israel were fruitful and increased abundantly and multiplied and waxed exceedingly mighty, and the land was filled with them, I could prove that it's garbage. And let me prove it right now. I'm gonna prove it right now.
Okay, well, let me just say that on my thing, I believe that the 12 tribes represent 12 zodiacs, but that
you made that up.
I did. I mean, that's what I assume that's what it is.
Right.
But look, it's not about look.
Stop. No.
Damn,
Don't
man.
move from that point. Stay with no.
Don't move from a point. I ain't even. You got it. Go ahead.
You made a point that you think the 12 tribes are the 12 zodiac. There's no need for you to say another word. That's your
But
point.
I'm saying, look. But I didn't make my point yet. I was just saying that just so I could detach from what you think is the meaning of this right here.
Time out. You see,
Can't get a sentence. I gotta get a sentence out sometime.
No.
Ahead, you got it.
Something pseudo. I don't let pseudoness.
Listen, it was kind of like a joke, bro. Jay, listen, you saying it's pseudo, but like you ran from everything that
bro, relax. It's my show. Relax yourself. You just said you think, whether it's a joke or not, I gotta respond to it. The 12, the zodiac is something that's in the Hellenistic period. That's when it originated. So we know it couldn't come from the 12 because we have 12 tribe concept before that. That's what I wanted to say to you. All right. But if you want to hold to that, that's your business. All right. What are you joking on that?
Yo, listen, I would like to, I'm just trying to have a back and forth with you, bro, because you're saying a lot for real. And I just kind of want to comment on something that you're saying before you change it up again. You know what I'm saying? That's all. You fast, Brother Garfield. Respects. You know what I mean? Look, so the contention is there's no contention. It's just about what you're saying that the scriptures are saying. I think differently. And you know what I mean? And I would like to see how it would fare against your thoughts.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me show you, for those who have never seen this before, this is from a website called Complete Bible Genealogy, right? And what we do is, right, we look at the names of people. So, for example, Ephraim is mentioned in the following verses. So if you look, Ephraim is not in Exodus or Leviticus mentioned. But if you see Ephraim, he's injected into the storyline at Genesis 41. That's the first time we hear about Ephraim, right? But in Chronicles, you see he's all over Chronicles 720, 722, whatever. It talks about the history of them and all that stuff, right? Now, why is Ephraim a problem? Because if he died, and let me go back to this right here where you talked about, let me go to Bible Hub real quickly. Exodus 1, let me go to Bible Hub.
So you don't account for human error?
Hold on. I don't think this is an error, and I'm gonna tell you why. Okay. I don't think it's because remember, if you were listening, my brother, you should have
I'm listening to you, Garfield. That's why I said something.
Hold on. Did you listen to what I said about the 70 and the 75? If you listen to that, so you shouldn't ask that question then.
Well, look, I'm not saying this on you, Brother Garfield.
But let me
I'm
get
not saying you is fucking up. You know what I mean? Like, you need to chill. You kind of have, but you got it.
All right, cool. I got you, sis. Got you. Let me look at this for a second right here. All right, so in 5, in 6, let's look at 6 right here. You asked a very important question and I let it slide. It says, and Joseph died and all his brothers and all that generation. So let's go down and look at this.
What did you let slide, man? I asked you the question.
My brother, relax. I didn't respond to it. Now, Joseph and all his brothers and all that generation of an age generation of dwelling died to kill. So a generation in this sense, a revolution of time, an age, a generation of dwelling. I mean, if you look at it from his perspective, his brothers, literal brother, and all that generation of his is gone. I think, I'm going to tell you what I think. There's a guy by the name of Donald P. Rusford, right? He writes a book. He writes about how what originally was going on with the biblical text, right? And I'm going to show everybody an article real quickly. Because when we said the generation multiplied, we got to be very, very careful. Because we have to look at it from a scholastic point of view. We have to look at it from a believer's point of view. And we have to have from what's going on outside within from a cultural milieu perspective. And I'm going to bring this up to, I've never showed this live. This is actually in a version of my book where I talk about 6 of the tribes alone went into Egypt. And it's an article called, well, I won't say the name of the article, but I'm going to show it on the screen so people could take a look at this and see what it brings to the table. Hold on 1 second. Let me make this bigger. All right, so here we go. All right, so now when you look at the screen, let me see if everybody can see my screen. Okay. All right, when you look at the screen, right, we have documented every person within the history of the people. So when you talk about the generations, it's from 3 to 6 generations. It is worthwhile to summarize our information. Moses and Aaron are 3 generations removed from Levi. All the characters whose lives are depicted in Exodus through Joshua as being coeval with those of Moses and Aaron are for whom we have genealogies are 3, 4, 5, or 6 generations removed. So when you hear 600,000 and that they multiplied, it really don't make sense. That's just the author who decided to put 600,000, because that 600,000 number means real life 600,000, because when you go in numbers, it calculates up to the 600,000, right? Not exactly. But if you look at the genealogies, this is Moses, right? And this is the generation from Levi. And I don't know if people are familiar with Richard Friedman. He talks about the Exodus is based off the priesthood of Levi leaving out of Egypt and going into Canaan. That's what he says the Exodus is. But if you look at the genealogies, right? Say, for example, figure 1 right here. You see Judah is the birth, the progenitor or the eponymous ancestor. You see he had Perez and Zerah, Hezron, Zimri, Caleb, da. So all these people, like this guy Aminabab, is in the conquest of Joshua, our nation, one of them. So we know who descend from who, and we have the numbers. So the 600,000 don't make no sense. It makes absolutely no sense at all. No sense. But look at this now. Joseph, who has Manasseh, later on in Numbers now, Manasseh, who was died, his generation is now created to have a generation from Joseph. But all of Joseph's generation died. You see how crazy it is? Then you have Levi, you have Reuben. So we have it documented. So we could give an estimate of how many people actually would have been a part of the Exodus. It's probably less than 100, which makes actual total sense. But what the Bible says, 600,000, talk about how they increased in numbers. We have people on these lists that are actually in the conquest storyline. So you could go by the genealogy in the text. I'm not going outside the text and tell you how many people may have been a part of an Exodus.
So, if I may, so there's people that live. They have different generations, right? You have older generations that talk about the younger generations, but that don't mean that the whole nation is destroyed.
It actually mentioned brother, which is personal, and it mentioned generations, which would mean the word for generations would mean actually literally his generations. But his generations at that time included Ephraim and Manasseh, and it included his brothers, whichever brothers is talking about. Hold on, let me go back to the verse and see what it says. Now Joseph and all his brothers and all that generation died. So I don't know, when it says his brothers, I don't know which brothers it's referring to, because if that's the sense, if it mentions his brothers, we know who Joseph's brothers are. It's a part of people who are part of the 12 tribes. But the whole, all, any, every, it's a masculine singular construct. He, self, the same, this, that, as, are, generation, or revolution of time and age, generation of dwelling, died. It means to kill, to die. So that generation of whoever is a part of Joseph is died.
You know, when people are from the same generation, they are like family. And they say things like, you know, it's 80 babies in the building. The 80s babies is doing the most. You know what I mean? And that's like brotherhood or family.
You know, looking back into this is very interesting. You know, it says now Joseph and all his brothers. This is very interesting. So all the brothers would be the heads, meaning Judah and all of them. It would mean all the brothers per se, because they're his brothers. You remember that? That's his brothers. Verse 6, Joseph died. Look at the pulpit commentary. It says, and Joseph died, or so Joseph died, a reference to Genesis 1:26, and all his brethren. all the actual sons of Jacob. This is very interesting. I never thought about it. Just reading it now, I'm realizing what it's saying. Now Joseph and all his brothers and that whole generation died. It depends on the edition. So it's a very interesting verse. Very interesting. Very interesting. But as far as the internal consistency, I just want to point out to everybody something carefully. Right? In this beautiful writing source right here.
Yo, remember the Pharaoh, everybody, they forgot about Joseph. They had it it wasn't real. You know what I mean? They said after some generations that the new Pharaoh didn't even remember, but like that.
Let me share this right here. This is very important. Very, very, very important part of this article. We may wish to go further and suggest that only the primary set of tribes experienced the slavery in Egypt and exodus from it. Scholars have already theorized that not all Israel participated in this history, and this would accord with that view. Furthermore, examples of such tribes are among those in the secondary list. All right, hold on. Let me move up a little. Hold on, let me back up a little bit, back up a little bit, back up a little bit, back up a little bit. One second. All right. You know what? I'll forget about this. I'll get to that another time. All right. Let me see who else is here. MR707. What's up, MR707? The floor is yours, brother. What's up? $170707. What's up? $707. Sabio, what's up? What's your man, Sabio?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that. Violent crime in America, and we know black.
Hey, I'm gonna call you back.
Can you hear me?
Okay.
Right. Hello.
All right, brother. Are you on the topic?
Hello.
Are you on the topic?
It sounded like it played back what I was saying.
Are you on the topic?
Yeah, we're talking about Israelite stuff, right?
I'm talking about the stuff that I talked about. Do you have a problem with anything that I was teaching today?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's not really nothing new. We've heard it before.
All right. So, what's your response to that?
Well, my response is violent crime in America is now at a 50-year low.
Violent crime has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
And so I give that credit to the Israelites who.
Anybody else, man? I ain't got time for no foolishness.
Yeah, that was some.
Topic. They want to lie to people like Israelites are doing. Israelites are less than 1%. Less than 1% of the population are Israelites. Less than 1%. The only reason why y'all look popular is because of YouTube. Nobody's joined these groups. Nobody.
But I think the message is getting out that we, about
What
loving
message?
our brother, and I
Christianity.
think it's having a real effect in the crime stats, and that violent crime is going down, and we're changing, and we are turning onto a new path, in my opinion. This is like we're at the peak.
Hold on. Have you been to Milwaukee? Do you know Milwaukee? Have you been to New York City?
Well, I'm just speaking on national statistics from the government.
Show and prove it. Post it up.
Well, that's from what Biden did. He just got up in the Oval Office and did a speech. And also, a lot of Israelites might not believe this, but I believe Kamala Harris is an Israelite.
No.
She's Benjamin. Her father is Benjamin.
Yo, they could have her. They could have her.
A lot of Israelites, I have different opinions. That's what I like to tell you, that not all Israelites believe the same thing.
Bro, you're not an Israelite, bro. It's a identity. You can't prove you are. Prove you're an Israelite.
You've made all these videos and written a book and haven't proved anything, Garfield. And like I said, I'm going to give it credit to the Israelites as pushing the word, and we are typically the purpose.
I ain't got time. You trying to advertise right now? I ain't got no time for that.
Man, that shit was crazy. What up? What up with it? I just wanted to say this video lines up with a lot of what you talking about. Lines up with a video with some of the video I played the other day. I showed and I watched from Useful Charts, the timeline of Palestine, the timeline of Gaza. Excuse me. I don't know if you got a chance to watch it, but he was showing where the Canaanites were and where they went, and he's talking about from an Egyptian fort city that was settled in, I think, 3,500, and they abandoned it. The Egyptians abandoned it around 2,600, and that's when some Canaanites moved into that city, and they became these Palestinians, and that's what the
Tell us Khan. Who was talking about? Yeah, who was talking about?
Useful Charts.
Oh, okay. He be watching my videos, man. He be stealing my info, bro. Tell him cut it out.
Tel Essakhan, that's the name of the town. Tel Essakhan, bingo. So
yeah, I've been talking about that for 10 years, man. 10 years.
So yeah, if these people really wanted to learn some history about these Israelites, they show you where they were, where they went, and that's nowhere in Africa. So it can't be us. Can't be nobody from West Africa, Central and West Africa. These people are in this land for a very long time, having these traditions and ideas. So y'all need to stop trying to be these made up book people, give them back their religion. It's cool.
All right. Kwame, what's up? Kwame, what's up?
Peace. You can hear me?
I could hear you loud and clear, brother.
I wanted to ask you, what's your thought on the Christians talking about that Christianity and the Bible had nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade, and basically Christianity was a choice.
Who said that?
They was having the same live you was on with Bareen.
Oh, okay. Word. I disagree totally with that. I disagree with the Christians. I saw BK apologize for the video about Christianity in West Africa, and I think people got to realize that Christianity on a wide scale came in through certain ways. There is a research by somebody from Harvard, and we got to be careful. Some of these Arabic sources talk about there's a Christian. I'm like, Christian kingdom under Islam? What are you talking about? You're crazy, man. Islam was like so dominating, man. They not gonna share no kingdom with nobody. They're just writing for the sake of writing, man. That's just not true. And when you ask them what's the location, they can't tell you. But the writer said, but you can't prove it. You got to show this Christian kingdom. And again, it has to do with methodology. But again, it has to do with the fact that they don't want to say because slavery is the reason why you got the religion. So they try their best to trying to superimpose all these different things on the religion. You know what I'm saying? So
They get more pseudo than the Hebrew Israelites.
Mm-hmm.
They talking about a mythical West African Christian kingdom before slavery, and the Coptic Christians and Nubians
and you
set
know
up
what?
some Christian nations or Christian garrisons across the Sahel.
I was reading something the other day sent to me by Raheem called The Africanization of Christianity, Henry Venn's Indigenization of Christianity. And in here, it says something very that I think is very that stands out. He says, let me find this right here. He says, conceptual clarification. In a quest for clarification of the concept of Africanization, different terms like indigenization, adaptation, Africanization, and enculturation have been used. Let me skip down a little bit. All right. According to the advocates of this theory or view, instant adaptation is a thing that has happened when basic principles of Christianity are intended as meaning something that is familiar already. For example, when missionaries traveled to different African villages, this is what is key, because this is what happened to these African kingdoms when Christianity got there, to these African villages and people. For example, when missionaries traveled to different African villages, they adapted the term for God that was used by the traditional religion. Hence, in UGEP, God is Obase, in Uman Sarem, in Efik Abasi, in Igbo Chinike, in Yoruba Olowa, and in Hausa Allah or Ubaganji. This was done to show that Christians, quote unquote, worship the same God as the African traditionalists, and that the differences are in understanding who this God is. So this is what we in 2024 and the people who have adopted these identities and say these things overlook.
Hey Garfield, I put something in the back chat. Can you pull it up for a second? Pardon.
So it's that part of the enculturation process, this process of adaptation, indigenization, of Christianization, that we tend to not look at because we just want to accept this book, but we don't understand the cultural conditions and the reasons why these people in these kingdoms would adopt this Christian idea. But if the gods was just misunderstood according to the Christian rhetoric, then all they have to do is what? Take on some of the Christian God concepts, and they're Christian, and their souls can be saved. Y'all don't get it though.
Can't bend that jar. What's up? You want to ask a question?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's up?
Yeah. I wanted to continue from last time, man, when you said evil pseudo. I wanted to question you about that. How sure?
What is pseudo?
How sure are you? You said she's fake or that she's not. You said something. You tried to downplay it.
Who is pseudo?
Eva Meretz.
Eva Meretz. All right, we could deal with that. I don't want to deal with that today. That's not. I could deal with that.
Come on, man.
I don't want to deal with that today. We're dealing with this right now.
Because it's kind of key into the topic right now. What everyone's saying, like everyone's trying to downplay the narrative.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not.
It all leads into it. It does though.
Anyone that supports Hamitic hypothesis and cultural diffusion to a 100th degree.
No, but you're talking about Hamitic. We're not talking about that.
My brother, chill out.
We're not talking. You're talking about biblical stuff. We're not. I'm not even trying to.
My brother,
she don't mention nothing biblical.
My brother, chill out.
I'm chilled, but it's like, come on, man. You know what I mean? It's all.
All right. Wait a sec, Kwame. What you want to talk about? If I say we talk about that another time, I don't feel like pulling out Merritt's work and all that. I ain't got time for that right now. No time for that. We talking about this right here. Go ahead, Kwame.
Yeah, I wanted to reply to somebody kept saying that Abraham was from Africa or something along those lines, which kind of don't make no sense. Of Terra, Haran, and all those people, theophoric names in Europe. So I don't know if you could scroll down to where it says Abraham journey when it has the map, where it has the map at.
Hold on. You talking about the Abraham?
Yeah, it's the second. Well, the second map.
Oh, the second map. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, can you scroll down and read it?
You want me to read it too? Where you want to read from? You read it, bro.
I can't really. Yeah, I can't really see it. It's kind of sketchy on the screen.
It's clearly, when we look at two maps. So you have this map, which is the one that makes more sense, and you have this map. None of them come from Africa. None of them is in Africa, what we call Africa today. So there was no Africa 5,000 years ago, by the way, too. So I don't know what's that all about. Africa is the modern day context.
Yeah, I think it was 707. He was saying something about the Amorites in Africa or something like that.
Who's saying Amorites in Africa? Amorites. What does Amorites have to do with Africa?
Did the brother jump off 707?
He said that.
Yeah, did he jump off?
Why you listen to that? Yeah,
Kwame looking for smoke. Damn.
He's saying that Abraham is from Africa.
Yeah, did he jump off?
I don't see. He's not on here, but I don't see how is that? I don't get it. What did he say, Kwame? You got to say what he said.
He was saying something about Abraham and the Amorites from Africa, or something along those lines.
Oh, he said Amorites are Canaanites. Okay, Amorites are Canaanites in the Bible, not in real life.
I guess he jumped off. I was just trying to show him that Abraham not from Africa, not from Africa.
Akan Ben Dajai, do you hold to a retroactive invented identity?
What's that?
A Hebrew Israelite. Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
I don't go by that label that them lot made, but I understand the narrative.
Do you think Jesus is returning?
I don't want to talk about. That's a religious topic now. I don't really.
That's what we're talking about today, bro.
Yeah, but it all intertwines with identity as well. So it's kind of, as much as it's all one, I don't want to talk about that because it's like a booby trap. You're just trying to I want to stick onto one topic with you before we go to another. So I don't mind getting involved in the convo though. But yeah, that one. I'll pass that question you put to me with Jesus coming back.
You want to talk about that?
I'm not too I understand it from a different point of view. I'm Muslim in it, so all the Bible. I'm good with it, but there's just certain things you're probably better than me at, and I'm better than you at. So I'm just being honest. Hello?
Yeah.
I really want to get back onto the
So you want to dictate the
Because it's all
conversation.
to
So
do
in other
with the
words,
topic.
you want to
It's all to do
dictate
with
the conversation. In other words, you want to dictate the conversation.
No, Sabia, I've already beat you before previously. You're not
Bro, you ain't
like we are not the same. Like
you've never
I hear you all the time.
never
You're
beaten
still
me.
clueless.
You've
You're
never
still
beaten me.
clueless.
You've
I want to
never
talk
beaten
to
me in a
someone
conversation. You're not
that's
smart
got
enough.
a bit of intelligence. You're
So
just clueless. You need to
you
cut
just
down
want
the
to
weed, man.
so again, you just want to dominate the conversation.
How is it dominating? My character
He
may
wants
come
to
across, but it's not
wants to talk
dominating. I'm
about
just getting
this.
straight to the point.
He
I
wants
said
to
I don't
talk.
want
He
to
wants
answer
to.
that though. I don't have to answer it. Do I have to?
So at this point,
But
that
I
means
don't
you
have
either
to answer it
hold up,
though.
bro. Hold up, bro.
Because
I'm gonna tell
I
you
don't have to
at
answer
this
it though.
point, bro. At this point, bro, it means shut up because he
Bro,
wants to talk about what he's presenting. He wants to
okay,
talk
is that
about what he's presenting,
okay? So
not about
you
what you
calm down
want
now.
to dictate.
Cool now.
You're
You're
the
right,
one who's not calm.
I'm good.
He wants to talk about this. You don't come.
I'm
You don't
saying I
join
ain't got
people
the answers
panels.
for that.
You
I'm
don't
saying I
join
ain't got
people
the
panels
answers for
and
Jesus
dictate the
coming back.
show.
That's
You
all prophecy
don't
theoretic
join
and
people
all them
panels
other
and
combos. I'm
dictate the
not trying to
show.
get into that. You do know there's atheist Jews. I'm not saying I'm an atheist, but you do know there's Jews that are atheists, but they can still identify and bring up proofs for the existence of the Jews and da. I don't need to go into such dance with Garfield so he can booby trap me into another thing. No, you can't bamboo. You can't fool me out my position. Basically, this is what I'm saying. I can't answer that. If you see with you, Sabio, like you just want to
You
argue
see,
with
he's
me.
just talking to people.
You're just pissed off because I corrected you last time. You've never corrected me enough.
You a Muslim?
Of course.
So he's just talking at people. So again, at this point, he just wants to talk at people. You don't want to, yo, bro.
I want to entertain.
Can you shut up? Can somebody else speak? This isn't your show. That's number one. That's the first thing you have to recognize. If you want to talk about what you want to talk about, go to your panel, go build your show and talk about that. And say that Garfield don't want to talk about
your show.
Yo, bro,
how about I go on your show?
Bro, can you hush?
Bro, how about I go on your show, bro?
You see this? I let you interrupt me and everything.
Bro, you're
Can I get my point out?
Dominance, you're talking. You're practicing it on me. What are you talking? It's not even your show.
So no, I'm not.
Your show.
Watch this.
You're just here all the time, so you think you've got authority on guests. No. Garfield is Garfield. If you got a specific role here, then fair play in it. But it's a one-man channel in it, so you know what I mean. But
Sabio's Dagger
Squad to be angry.
Yo, Sabio's Dagger Squad, so he could say whatever he wants. So I don't know.
Fair play. But I wanna chat. I wanna go to you, Garfield, because you see when we knock you down, all of the Sabios and everyone will humble themselves. You know what I'm saying? Because you are their leader.
He's not my leader.
I'm not nobody's leader, bro.
Come on, Garfield, man. Hey, Garfield, trust me, man. You're their leader, bro.
Trust me, he's not my leader.
Need your book, bro. I've got your book with me as well, you know. It's an all right book, but it still needs some editing. But I'm just being dumb. Just putting in little jokes. But yeah.
So again, I never got to finish my point. You see how he just talked over me? I didn't interrupt this man. He said he sat here and said that he sat here and said everything he wanted to say 3 or 4 times, interrupted me. All that.
I don't everything I said.
Look, here we go again. Here we go again. So again, if you're not going to talk about what the conversation is, there's no need for you to be here. It's as simple as that. Say what you got to say.
What's the conversation? Go on. What's the topic about?
So the last thing that was on the panel, he was talking about before he asked you the question. Is that what you want to know? Because he asked you if you believe in Jesus. So he asked you if you believe in Jesus.
I'm sure it weren't Jesus. This whole conversation.
So he asked. So that's when I joined. He was asking you. I mean, when I opened my mic up and started talking, he asked you, "Do you want to talk about the belief in Jesus? Do you believe in Jesus?" And that's when you started getting all iffy, tiffy.
No, I don't feel comfortable to, because I know where it's leading to, and I'm saying it. It's not like I'm hiding it. I'm telling you. So you know what I mean? That he may say something from John or Acts that I have no clue of. That, you know what I mean? He's setting me up. I'm being the type of question he's approached me with. It was not even the general conversation of the show. So you can't just say, because I didn't answer the Jesus thing, get off. No.
Hey, what is it you want, bro? Let's get to
Right.
the
Thank you.
what is it that you want? What is it
Now, before you kicked me off last time, I just mentioned Eva's name, and the source you put up on your screen wasn't even the source I was gonna read from. It was a different source that had nothing
what
to
is the argument? Remind me about the argument. What's this conversation?
basically the
Usually
argument.
when somebody winning an argument, they don't bring it up. So obviously you weren't winning, and you probably got your ass kicked. I don't
No, Garfield. I
What are we
genuinely
talking
been
about? What are we,
Garfield.
my brother? Don't if you talk over me one more time.
Sir, go.
I hate that shit, bro. I hate that
Yeah, I
shit.
understand. Go on.
Right. What was the conversation about? Simple question.
Basically, it was about you said Prempeh II changed the tradition of the Ashanti to Israelite narrative. You said it's only coming from him, that kind of narrative. And I'm trying to tell
No,
you.
I couldn't have said that because I pointed to a source where the guy was there earlier than Prempeh that was saying that. So that your statement right there is incorrect.
Who did he bring up earlier? I can't recall.
Boy, I tell you, talking to you guys, you know what I noticed with people who hold to positions, man? It's like y'all can't hear, y'all can't listen, and they get information wrong. And then the whole time you're probably saying this shit and you wrong the whole time.
No, but I don't depend on
Pay
Prempeh.
attention, man. All you got to do is just pay attention, beloved. That's all. What you want to
Garfield, you too, with the Talmud and the caves of treasures.
Ain't nobody listen to you, man. Ain't nobody listen. Ain't nobody listen to you, period. But period. All right. So the divine kingship in Ghana and ancient Egypt, that's Eva Lewin Richter.
Not that source. I wasn't gonna read from that.
Hold up. There you go again.
Go on.
Essay on the superstitions, customs, arts common to the ancient Egyptian, Abyssinians, and Ashantis by Thomas Edward Bowditch. Did you read that one?
Thomas Edward Bowditch. What's the source called?
May I ask, hold on a second. Sir. Now, why would you ask me what the source is when I read it that day?
No. You didn't read nothing. You didn't read nothing to me.
I can't. Remember what I just said to you? I said, you see, we have a problem listening because we're listening to argue instead of listening to take in what the person is saying. What is your gripe now? Do you want to say that Mayor Ritt's information is the information and we need to follow Mayor Ritt?
No, not her. Not who she's quoting from and other sources, other people, not just even her. I'm even using. I've got more in my hat.
Okay. I never asked you anything. What is your gripe? Your gripe is that I said Prempeh added on the chapters, these new chapters, which he admitted to. He added on to the oral tradition that existed, and he emphasized an Egyptian and Israelite introduction to the oral tradition that wasn't there before. We agreed on that. Are you saying that before him, other people said they were Israelites?
What I'm saying is the narrative of coming from a
to my question.
Land
No. I'm not doing it. I asked a simple question. Are you saying before Prempeh, other people said they were Israelites? Yes or no?
The exact question, the exact word you're using, they didn't say they're Israelites like with the Israelites. No, they didn't say that. So you're gonna have to. What you're gonna have to do is ask me what is the word for Israelite in tree. That's the most like you could ask. You know what I mean? Then they wouldn't say you would have to ask for the exact word in that language, or you know what I mean. There's certain questions you've got to ask me for me to answer correctly, because what you're asking, I'll answer it, and then you're going to be like, no, I'm not asking that.
I can't talk to you. I can't talk to you. You know why?
No,
you can't answer a question. Shut up for a minute and listen. I asked you, are you saying before Prempeh in the 1900s that someone else pointed out of an Israelite connection?
Yes.
You're saying
Yes,
I'm gonna have to
yes.
ask you this. What's so hard in that?
No,
What
the way you
so
know
hard?
your question was better. You worded
No,
it better.
this is the problem. This is the problem. You can't even answer a simple question.
No,
you
but
want
you didn't word
when
it like
I
that
ask
before.
you a question, you're interrupting me while I'm talking. I don't understand. What is your
word it like that though?
What is the point you're trying to make? Go ahead, my brother. What is the point?
Flipping tug of war with you, innit? Right, you know my point, Garfield, innit? My point is that they didn't just start from Prempe, innit? The narrative itself is ancient, innit? That's what I'm saying, innit? And I can prove it.
Okay.
And I was gonna use Eva, but if you don't like her, we can use someone else.
I want you to use Eva. Go ahead and use Eva. Go ahead and use her.
Cool. Do you know about Nana Kumfe Yao the Third?
Mm-hmm.
What do you know about him?
I don't remember right now. I could go back into my notes and look it up.
So you just about know him. You don't really know about him. Is it fair to say?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead and read it.
Now, is it fair to say you don't really know about him?
Hold on. Say the name again. What's the name?
Nana Akumfi Yao the Third.
Okay. No.
Fair play. Cool.
Nana Akomfi Amewa the Third, right? Nana.
Yeah. Ameyao the Third. Yeah. So even me,
Amewa. It's spelled
name.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Ameyao the Third.
Nana is Nana N-A-N-A. Akomfi is A-K-U-M-F-I. Amewa is A-M-E-W-A-M-E-Y-A-W the Third.
Yeah.
Is an ex Techeman and Nana Kwame Gwamfe, chief of Afuman. Okay, I know what you're talking about. I got it right here. Go ahead.
Cool. So do you know when he told her, Eva, that his ancestors came from the Sarim? What does that mean?
All right. Hold on a second. All right. Now, where are you quoting from her? From Eva Merowitz? You could quote from her if you want, because she wrote about. She said. Hold on. Let me tell you what she said. Right.
Mm-hmm.
According to oral tradition, the people who founded the great Akan states in Ghana, such as Bono Asante, formerly lived along the Niger Bend in the region, lying roughly between Dejen and Timbuktu.
Mm-hmm.
The Bono Takiman further recall that their ancestors before they settled along the Niger lived farther north in the White Desert or Sarem, the country of the sand, which we call Sahara. That's from 1958, page 17.
What book? So you can say everyone can know.
I don't know which book. I don't know which book.
Come on, man. Don't do that, Garfield. I don't
know which book. But go ahead, my brother. What's your point?
Where did you get that info from? How did you know that?
I just remembered it.
You're going on Google, typing in the word and going on book, and
don't worry about it. Well, go ahead. What is your point? What is your point?
Uncle Garfield, you know. But anyway, cool. My point is, it's not that Sarim, the White Desert, that's not just his narrative. That's generally known. So, in Islam, we've got something called like a narrative that is ajam, that's general. That's like a hadith that everyone knows. You see what I just told you is a narrative that every Akan knows, that the elders know, the Sarim, the White Desert. Yeah. Basically, we, the Akans, we originate from the Tsar dynasty. Do you know what the Tsar dynasty is? Do you know who they are?
Listen. What is the point you're making about the Sarim?
My point is that the Tsar dynasty is documented in, let me get the book, Encyclopedia of Jewish Diaspora.
Hold on 1 second. Before you get there,
gotta make it make sense.
Can we deal with Sarem first? What she said. We got to deal with what the girl said. You got to deal with what the girl said. You got to do one thing. You see, you all over the place. I'm not prepared for the conversation, but all I got to do is pull out my notes. But I'm gonna say this to you. You're trying to make it seem like the Akan people, and you're gonna be shocked because my research in the Akan goes deep. So you're gonna
I'm too deep though.
you're
How
gonna-
deep
you're gonna-
are you? No,
hold
no,
on,
no.
hold on,
Like,
brother.
elders in
Listen to
my
what I'm saying.
culture rate my thing.
Hold on, my brother. I'm gonna ask you a question. What does the sarem mean? What does that mean?
Bro, how can you tell me that when I'm the one that put the question to
I'm
you?
asking you, what does the sarem mean? You're teaching, right?
The ceramic means something barren, like let me get my dictionary. Hold on. Cool. Let me go into my dictionary.
Takiman further recalled that their ancestors, before they settled along the Niger, lived farther north in the White Desert or Sarem, the country of the sand, which we call the Sahara. Now, I'm asking you, that's from her book, right? So now, why you ask me, what is the Sarem?
It's the White Desert. It is. That it is the White Desert. But if you want to ask for the literal meaning, it means something like barren, or it's something that it don't like. I don't speak the tree fluently, but hold on, I'm trying to look for it in my dictionary as we're talking. But
yeah, you're right. That's what it means. I was gonna answer it if you did it. It means barren or empty or unoccupied land, something to that extent.
But Garfield, that's not
Harold
just
means occupied, so Sarah will mean unoccupied.
Cool, Garfield, but that's not just the narrative. You've got to knock off the Jado. That's where we say we come from. DJADU, or sometimes OM.
Let me
you
respond.
would have to know the tree to decipher what's going on.
Mother effer, if you say that one more time, just get off my panel. You see, you like them same niggas that like to talk about, oh, you don't know the Hebrew, so you can't say this. Stop the bullshit. Y'all niggas want to be sand niggas also badly. Why don't you just tell the truth? And this is why Garfield. I'm deeper in the Akan than you, and I'm gonna prove it right.
Uncle Garfield, you're not, man.
You're lying on the tradition. I'm gonna pull you down. Wait till I'm finished. And this is what I'm gonna tell y'all. Stop fucking with Garfield, because y'all is liars. This is why I don't fuck with Jonathan Owen, because these niggas will lie for Egypt. This is why I don't fuck with them niggas. Don't lie for what you love. If you really an Akan, I'm a Khan. I'm a Khan. I'm not lying for no fucking Akan either. Watch this. I'm not running because I'm going to read my source, bullshit artist. I told you don't bring this bullshit chick to me. This is what happened, family. Listen to what I read. According to oral tradition, this is from her. The people who founded the great Akan states in Ghana, such as the Bono, the Asante, formerly lived along the Niger Bend in the region lying roughly between Degen and Timbuktu. The Bono Takiman further recalled that their ancestors, before they settled along the Niger, lived farther north in the White Desert or Sarem, the country of the sand, which we call the Sahara. Watch this. You see, they want to imply that the niggas come from North Africa or somewhere in the nation Near East. Them niggas never claim that shit. Now watch this. Of all the histories I have taken, only 2 persons have ever voluntarily mentioned the words Timbuktu and Sahara. One is Nana Akomfi Amaya, the third, that's the guy he talked about, and ex-Tachimanhin, and Nana Kwame Gwamfi, chief of Ofiaman number 2. Listen to this, family. Of the other 12 outstanding local historians specifically questions, all of them, family, deny that the Bono came from the Sarem, which cannot be translated White Desert, the country of the sand, or the Sahara. None of them, including Akomfi Amaya and Kwame Gwamfi, had ever heard that the ancestors of the Abono were of a white race, and Akomfi Amaya III is the only one who claims to have heard of the states of Diala, Diadom, and Kombo, and he has promised to give me their histories, although he has postponed it 6 times now. So, ladies and gentlemen, what she said was bullshit. Nobody said that in the culture. Nobody said nothing but no come from no Sarem. So this guy is listening to somebody who is lying on the culture and trying to bring it on my panel for me to say, hey, you know what? She said something. She's trying to imply that they're Israelite and all that bullshit. Get the fuck out of here. I don't care how much tweet you fucking read. If you're using this lady, it shows you ain't no real Akan, because you don't want the culture to stand on its own. You want to be some sand niggas or some niggas from ancient Near East. That's what you're trying to push. So your first point has been debunked. Gullah, what do you want to say, Gullah? Get out of here with that bullshit.
I was good with it. I mean, I don't know if he confused with like the Green Sahara, because I know like the
Hey, Garfield, I don't
the
need her
You
work.
hear somebody talking, right?
I don't need her
You
work.
hear
I just
somebody,
need you
you
to
hear
know.
somebody talking, right? Gullah is talking. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Gullah.
I would say I don't know if he confused with the the Proto-Niger Congo ancestors, because they were in the South Central Sahara when it was green and humid. You know what I'm saying? But that had to do with the direct lineage of the Khan. The Khan directly come from the Bonemen. You know what I'm saying? But they answered that they deep ancestors do come from. You know what I'm saying? It was in the Central Sahara at one point in time, but it wasn't no desert then. You know what I'm saying?
Garfield, I don't need her works. I just want you to know that.
You said you want to talk
I
about.
genuinely don't. I thought she was
I want to talk about
valid
her.
for you, innit? You know, you're kind of Western.
No. You came
But
on
if
my
you want to go
panel.
to the Tariq Al Sudan, we can do that.
Hold on, brother. Hold on.
If you want to go to the Fatash, we can do
So
that.
you running from your source now?
I'm not
Akan.
running
Damn.
from my source because where does she get her info from?
Bendaja, fake Akan guy. Listen to me carefully. You're in the chat saying you're scary. Nobody.
You don't even know one piece of tree. You're saying
my
I'm fake.
brother. You know what then? Go do it on your channel, brother. You don't have to come on my channel. It's fine. We don't have to have a dialogue. You're saying I'm scary. You brought it. It's not even on the topic today. I say, yo, we could do this in 2 weeks from now. I don't really want to talk about it. But I know she's a fraud. So when you brought her up, all I had to do is pull up my files on her and expose her. You said, oh, do you know the Sarem? I said, no, I don't. I'm playing coy because you want to act like you know so much. Listen, family, none of these niggas come from none of those areas. None of them. None of them come from those areas. It's all bullshit. They are Africans. That's what they are. There is no attribution to none of these people that come from no ancient Near East. And if you say they come from the ancient Near East, you got to show me their genetic markers because we know EM96 split. EM2115, which is E1B1B, goes into North Africa, and we know E1B1A when it split, when EM96 was migrating, it split to South Africa and it split to West and Central Africa. So you have it mutating in those areas. So you can't show me these Akan people who have 99% or 96% are E1B1A. You're going to try to attach them to some bullshit when they wrote their own anthropological report. Let me show you right now because Rawborn gave me this. I'm not even going to take credit for this. Rawborn gave me this about the Akan. And then the Akan that you're talking about, we got to stop mixing up the two societies too, because now we're mixing up ancient Ghana, which is Ouagadougou, with modern day Akan. We can't do that. That's going to be a problem.
Exactly.
Problem. We got to be smart with it. I'm not stupid.
Only connection with Ouagadougou that modern day Ghana has is that the Bonum, when it was the Bonemen state, they were part of the gold field, one of the three major gold fields, and that's it.
This is from Rob Arnett giving me this. Aspects of the archaeology and oral traditions of the Bono state. No, let's put it down. Let's put it down. All right, throw it out. You want to throw it out? I got it. Don't make a mess. You can have it. Okay, thanks. In this paper, an attempt has been made to show that if oral traditions and archaeology are used complementarily, more detailed and more correct information about the later prehistory of Ghana may be obtained than by taking each of them in isolation. It is suggested that if archaeologists themselves are to draw up archaeological-oriented questionnaires for the collection of oral traditions, it will be possible to interpret archaeological objects they excavate more fully. At the same time, archaeology may make some aspects of the oral traditions collected much clearer. The Takiman traditional state is in the Brong Ahafo region of Ghana. Local traditions claim that the ancestral state of Takiman, the Bono state, was one of the earliest Akan states which developed along the northern forest margin of Ghana. In size and wealth, the Bono state is claimed to have surpassed other contemporary states, and it is said that Bono culture later diffused to other Akan states further south, especially those in the forests. Such an intriguing traditional account definitely needs allied disciplines such as anthropology, linguistics, written records, and archaeology to confirm, deny, amplify, or modify it. Unfortunately, look at this, family. Unfortunately, for a long time, very little work has been done in this area. Mrs. Eva Mayoritz spent some time in the area and gave prominence to the Bono state, but for several reasons, her work has been either sharply criticized or rejected by modern historians and anthropologists. Indeed, no serious archaeological work had been done on this state, and it was in the attempt to remedy this archaeological deficiency that the present research was initiated. The following methods were used during the research: drawing up a set of questionnaires covering aspects of origin, food, items, settlements, architecture, industries, trade, and political organization, collection of oral traditions based on above, follow up the oral traditions by archaeological survey and test excavations. The archaeological results research into the Bono state has just begun. The following results should therefore be taken as tentative pending more work in the area. The Takiman traditions accredit the Bono state with one important development. This is the assertion that the Bono were the first organized Akan group to develop in the area. All other states, according to their traditions, came later. The traditions support this claim by the assertion that among some of the Akan in Ghana, whenever a person gives birth to a child for the first time, this is referred to as a Bono. By this assertion, the word Bono means a pioneer or the first of a kind, and it is claimed that the word Bono strictly refers to the ancestors of the Takiman people, the pioneer state in the Brong Ahafo region. This is, however, controversial, for another version claims that Bono is derived from the fact that the ancestors of Takiman emerged from a hole. In the Bono dialect, the word Bono or Bo means whole, means a hole. According to this version, the ancestors of the Takiman people first got the name because they were initially living in holes. In either case, the traditions claim that the name Bono should, strictly speaking, refer to the Takiman people whose ancestors were the first in the area. The latter version seems to tie in with the popular tradition that the earliest ancestors of Takiman emerged on one Naki, Friday, from a hole. This hole, held sacred ever since, is located just about 25 meters from a large rock shelter called Amoawi, about 10 kilometers northeast of Nkoranza County in the Brong Ahafo region. This tradition of origin is still remembered in the annual Apu song of Takiman. From this hole, the tradition continues. The ancestors of Takiman next settled about a half a kilometers away until later some dispersed to found other settlements. So the people of the Akan, they in Africa did their own anthropology, their genetics, their linguistics. They did all of that on their own without no European, no white people, no Edomite, no whatever. Those are the people I'm listening to. I'm not listening to Eva Mayeritz. Her work is considered fringe and pseudo. So once you brought her up, I'm like, I'm not even going to talk about this. But you see, you want to claim you're an Akan, which I don't doubt you are, but you are a disgrace to your Akan because you, again, want to associate the San niggas. That's what you want to do. All right? Now, by the way, this is Adu Oginaye, is the name of the first man in Akan mythology. Among the Akan, a group of people who occupy portions of Ghana and Ivory Coast, it is believed that they descended from a group of people who entered the area around 2000 BC as farmers. Stone-using villages have been discovered in this region, which suggests that they kept livestock and cultivated crops. In the area of Brong, Adansi, and Asin, a matrilineal Akan group emerged and spread to inhabit most of the land between the Volta and the Como rivers. They found the Guan people, the accepted early owners of the land, already in some of those places. Nevertheless, around 500 BC, the Akan had begun to establish their social and political institutions. It is about this time that the mythology of the people began to take shape, and the elders had created legends and narratives that explain the people's origins. According to a traditional libation in Adansi, it is declared that Adansi was the first Akan state and that it stands at the head of the Akan nation. In fact, the cosmogony given by the elders of Adansi state that Adansi was the place that Adu Agonye came into existence. We don't need nobody telling us. Let's go back now. Let's look at what what's his name wrote. David Goldenberg, Black and Slave. Look at what he wrote. The claims of origins in the East goes beyond the Yoruba and Hausa. Law mentions the kings of Ghana who claim descent from the Caliph Ali, the son-in-law and fourth successor of Muhammad, the founder of the first royal dynasty in Songhai, believed to be of Yemeni origin, the royal dynasty in Mali. And by the way, this is Ghana Empire, not Ghana today. All right? And then moving forward, and then he should have made that clear also in this article. The genealogical claims made by virtually every significant Arabic and Berber-speaking noble group in the Sahel invoked an Arab-Muslim origin. In the 1960s, my professor and I did a survey and account of all the peoples in West Africa, of all the people that claimed a Middle Eastern origin, and when we reached 43, we call it today. More such stories are coming up almost every year. The explanation given for these genealogies that they reflect the inhabitants' desire to relate themselves to what was seen as a prestigious world civilization. Makes sense for the genealogies that are traced to Muslim or proto-Muslim heroes, and so forth. I'm not even going to read no more of this, but I'm done with this. You can do whatever you want to do. Garfield has no books. That's fine. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Do they have to be influenced by the Hermetic hypothesis? If
Go ahead. Go ahead. All of them. Anywhere that's somewhere significant. Zimbabwe, where the Jews were trading with the Ghana Empire originally. They were there from like 300 BC, 300 AD. They've been trading and sending out slaves and gold back to Europe and all that stuff. They've been doing that. So people all over been doing it. The Ghana Empire, the Songhai Empire, the Mali Empire, all of them. So it doesn't matter. You see, when people say Jews and oral traditions, I accept. I know I've never said this publicly before. I accept all oral traditions. I accept all oral traditions. All of them in context. Yeah, all of them. I accept all of them in context. Why are they saying they come from Muhammad? Why are they saying they come from Mecca? Why are they saying those things? Because of what? Their connection to some sort of religious religion, and they're trying to attract or be attached to greatness. That's all it is.
What would be the religious benefit for them saying they come from Egypt then? If they talking about the Abrahamic religion, what would be the benefit if they talking about they coming from
because
Egypt?
Egypt is something it's great, bro. From the 1700s, we've been talking about Egypt and its greatness. So why wouldn't they talk about Egypt?
But if you attach to the Abrahamic religion, you generally don't want to be associated with Egypt or
Egypt. And it came about because of Napoleon, the French. The French is very engulfed in Western Africa. West Africa was controlled mostly by the French. The French were the ones that digged up and found Egypt. There's a connection there. Use common sense. Why do you think they mention Egypt? Because they come from Egypt?
Isn't some of the Arab sources before the French invaded Egypt?
Yeah, some of the Arab sources said they come from. I don't know if the Arab sources say that they come from Egypt then, because most of the sources that I have, it don't say nothing about Egypt until later on.
So you're saying basically all of them would come like
Arab sources that say they come from Egypt?
No, I'm just asking. I'm not really familiar with it.
I can give it to you right now. I could give you that.
I'm just asking what would be the benefit for them saying they come from Egypt if they attach to the Abrahamic religion?
Why? Because they're Egyptians, bro. You know they're Egyptians. So what are you arguing?
Now I was just asking what would be the benefit if they are Muslim or Christian?
No, they're not Christian or Muslim. They're trying to attach themselves to greatness. Egypt was considered great in the 1800s. So you're going to see a lot of traditions popping up about Egypt. You're not going to see it much earlier. If you see it early in Arabic sources, bring it out, bro. Bring it out. This is not rocket science. This is easy. This community, it took me a while, but I figured out what is everybody's problem. Everybody want to be attached to greatness. Just like you, Kwame. That's why you call yourselves Kwame, because you are Khan. But you have the Egypt because you want to be attached to Egypt. There's no other, because you love Egypt. That's it. You want to be attached to greatness. There's nothing wrong with that. The Akan name wasn't good enough for you alone, so you want to attach to greatness.
No, I'm a Pan African, so my name.
So why you ain't give yourself
my
an
name
Ethiopian?
My name expressed the Pan African.
Why didn't you give yourself an Ethiopian name?
An Ethiopian name?
Yeah.
Well, because they're more attached to the Abrahamic culture, so I wanted to give my name a more traditional African name.
All right, look at this right here. Let me bring something on the screen right here and share with the family. All right, let's do that.
You got more than one tradition in Africa. It ain't just one tradition. It's like multiple traditions, yo.
Yeah, we want to be attached. What about a tradition in Kenya? Why don't we do that? What's wrong with
I was going to say, what about the Ivory Coast, the Gold Coast, somewhere over there?
I would say the Niger Congo ethno-linguistic family itself has many traditions on its own. Like you could have picked out of those. You know what I'm saying?
What's wrong with the Ashanti tradition? What's wrong with that?
No, nothing wrong with the Ashanti. They part of the Niger Congo, coach. I'm just saying, like,
right, you could have picked Ashanti. You could have picked anybody.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Let me read this. Several West African traditions indicate a genealogical connection between Black Africans and the ancient Canaanites. Mohammed Bello, scholar and second Sultan of Sokoto and Hausaland, wrote a history of the Yoruba in 1812. He included this account of the Yoruba origins. The people of the lands of Yoruba are from the remnants of the people of the Banu Canaan, who were the tribe of Nimrod. The reason for their dwelling in the west, based upon what has been narrated, is that Arab ibn Qatan drove them out from Iraq towards the west. They then journeyed between the lands of Egypt and Abyssinia until they reached the lands presently known as Yoruba. In every land in which they passed, they left behind a group. By the way, when is you Arab ibn Qatan? Wouldn't that be after Muhammad?
Yeah.
Wow, that's weird. In every land in which they passed, they left behind a group of their people in that land. They said that the indigenous blacks who reside in the mountains in this region is from them. Likewise are the people of Yaro. Hold on one second. Let me see something real quickly. Okay. So the explorer Hugh Clapperton, he talked about them coming from Medina, Mecca. The Canal Chronicle details the history of the house of people of North Nigeria, whose origin it claims lie in two migrations, one from Baghdad and one from Canaan. Older scholarship accepted the historicity of these migrations. The consensus of scholarship today, however, does not. Robin Law and others have concluded that the Yoruba stories are legendary. The more general view nowadays is that these traditions of migration from the Middle East are to be explained by the expansion of the influence of Islam in sub-Saharan Africa in relatively recent times. The concern of African peoples to claim origin from the Islamic world reflects no more than a desire to relate themselves to what was seen as a prestigious world civilization. Yeah. Most Islam has more influence than a lot of people with all these stories, and people don't realize it. Goes back to that writing again, the whole cave of treasures that we was arguing about. Yep.
So basically, all the sources is influenced by some type of Abrahamic tradition.
Well, Abrahamic tradition and the French, like the French and the whole thing with the people, the Dogon. The French influenced the Dogon.
Hey, I got a little piece from Eric that might be a dagger, you know what I'm saying, for the time period and where these people came from. Because a lot of the Niger Congo people, even like that the kind is part of, or Niger Congo people that migrated from woodland savanna areas into more into the rainforest, like the what they call the rainforest belt, you know what I'm saying, regions of West Africa. You know what I'm saying, bringing in planting agriculture with yams, things of that nature. And you don't even find if a kind hold yams and things of that nature up to esteem for its food sources, why you don't hear nothing about that like in Abrahamic religions and none of that? You know what I'm saying? And and two, this from Eric book, Civilizations of Africa. He say a number of societies that played major roles in recent centuries of African history, such as the Yoruba, Igbo, and Akan, societies in which many societies which many African Americans can trace their ancestry, are descendants of the Beni Quay, settlers of the rainforest belt in the 5th millennium BCE. The Bantu peoples who carried ideas of Niger Congo civilization into equatorial forests from the third millennium BCE onward originated also as an offshoot of the Beni Quay. You know what I'm saying? The Beni Quay is like the ancestors of particular branches of Niger Congo, cultures and languages. So you know what I'm saying? If the Beni Quay was in West Africa, the fifth millennium BCE, how could it be anything associated with anything in the Middle East?
Yo, I'm reading the conclusion of this, the African indigenization of Christianity, and it says Van was urging Crowther to translate the Bible into Yoruba and start to preach in Yoruba even while still at Freetown, reducing the various African vernaculars into writing and developing narrative native literature was to be a first step in the reforming movement toward Africanization of Christianity. According to Mugabe, the Africanization of Christianity has been documented in various works. It has occurred in the context of both orthodox and unorthodox initiatives. Many find it impossible to tolerate the foreignness of a denomination and established in another country to meet the needs of people in another historical situation. They break away and establish their own denominations in which they can interpret the gospel without foreign paternalism. Both the Orthodox and unorthodox initiatives in the Africanization of Christianity and post-colonial Africa have continued with varying degrees of success from denomination to denomination and from country to country. However, the initiatives are there. This African church was also to have its liturgy or incorporate what was good of the native religions to develop an authentically African Christianity. So again, this religion came in during a certain time, and in order for it to take on or to work for the people on the continent, these missionaries, they had to do what? They had to take on the God ideas and incorporate them into a system that was pliable or workable for those people, for them to adopt this religion in their own ways. So this shit is not our religion, yo. The gods that they mentioned, the Yoruba gods that they mentioned earlier, and I hope y'all paid attention to that because they mentioned the Yoruba gods in this. The Yoruba god Chinike, in Yoruba, Oluwat. So that god was transformed into Yahweh in order for the Yoruba to incorporate them into their system. I hope y'all paying attention of how this shit works. This ain't our religion. Let that shit go. Give it back to the desert dwellers it came from.
Yeah, that's the same thing. That's the same thing they did when they converted, when Latin people converted Germanic tribes. You know what I'm saying? They put God, which is Odin, as the logos. You know what I'm saying, or the primary deity. And you know what I'm saying, when they translated the Bible into Germanic language.
So basically, it was not Africanization; it was Germanization when they went over to Germany and did it over there. So when they Christianized the Germans, it was Germanization or something like that. Right.
Well, it'd be Latinization of Germans. You know
Yeah, Latinization of Germany, right.
Hey, let me I forgot to address this whole thing. Somebody in the chat asked me, how do I know Jesus will not return? Just for the record, whether you believe in Jesus as a historical person or not, if you don't believe he's historical, you definitely don't believe he's going to return. I do hold to a historical Jesus, but there's no evidence anyone is coming back. You see, what happened is, this is how religion works. It was a great plan by Constantine to nationalize the religion, because if you feel like somebody's going to return, you could always sell that story over and over based off of scripture and reinterpretation. There's always going to be wars and rumors of wars, and you see World War III is about to happen and all this foolishness, because that's going to be anything to say, hey, this is a part of prophecy. Ronald Wilson Reagan was called the Antichrist because he had 666. Ronald is 6 letters, Wilson is 6 letters, and Reagan is 6 letters. So what happened is people thought he was the Antichrist at one point. So you have these weirdos who running around using the Bible to misconstrue and diagnose their own effects on a biblical text they don't even understand. So saying that somebody is going to return, it's that's the only way you could keep memberships. How do I prove it? I prove it the fact that the religion itself said that he was going to return. It said that he was going to return. And that thing is, if you feel that he's going to return, that's because you believe it. You can't prove that Jesus is coming back. That's why the Nation of Islam keeps on, because they think Elijah Muhammad is going to return in a spaceship. Jehovah Witnesses have their own way of saying X, Y, and Z. The world is coming to an end because of this. The Mormons keep doing that. Everybody is doing something to have people think that somebody's going to. There's nobody going to return. You're going to die broke and poor and don't have nothing in life, thinking that you're going to go to a better life. That was a trick put in effect primarily by the slave master. Blessed are the poor in spirit, because they shall inherit the earth. All that craziness is to attract you to a belief that never will work. It's like Santa Claus. You ever promise your kids that Santa Claus is coming to bring you a gift during Christmas time? You have a better chance of Santa Claus showing up at your house than Jesus returning. That alone.
Damn.
That alone is telling you what it is. You could bet, I guarantee you, Santa Claus will come to my house before Jesus. Take the challenge. You're going to lose. I guarantee you, within your lifetime, you will never have no return of Jesus. I guarantee that. This is just to keep you in a cult, locked in, because that's how you control people, through religion. So when you have Islam set up, you have Christianity set up, you have Judaism set up. Let me tell y'all something right now. I'm telling y'all straight up right now, you are a part of a cult on a wider level. It's the best way to control people. Give them a religion. Constantine was a genius. Santa is real. You have people dressed up in Santa Claus clothes every year, bro. What you talk about Santa Claus ain't real? You crazy? We could fight on that all day. Santa Claus is real. Jesus was real, because he's dead and gone. He ain't coming back. It's a belief. You believe in a book. You don't understand how it was written, when it was written, who put it together, nothing. Y'all are crazy. Santa Claus I'm putting money. Who want to put that bet out right now? I've got a better chance of Santa Claus coming to my house in the next 50 years than Jesus Christ coming back.
Damn. I don't think people really catch that nuance of how genius Constantine was to incorporate this religion, because at that time it was numerous pagan religions. It was so many cults at that time. And after that creed, all those other cults died. So now there's two main cults in the world fighting for dominance. You got the Christian cult and the Islamic cult.
I said, prove it. I'll prove it by telling you. Do you want me to prove it by scriptures? Or you want me to prove it by whatever? What do you want me to prove it by? There's no Jesus coming back, bro. It's a belief. It's the same thing as a child. When you imagine you have an imaginary friend as a child, right? And I'm arguing with Sabio as a child, as a 4-year-old. My imaginary friend is better than your imaginary friend. That's why we argue about religion and Jesus and God. It's your imaginary friend is better than my imaginary friend. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Who's gonna win? Who's gonna win? Let me tell you something. I'm a big ass Buffalo Bills fan, and I'm a New York Jets fan. Imagine me on one side cheering for the Jets and praying, please let the Jets win. The Jets ain't win a Super Bowl and went to the Super Bowl.
And then chilling for the Bills.
50 years. Come on, God, give it to me. And then you on the other side praying, come on, God, Buffalo Bills, we lost 4 Super Bowls in a row. It's time to win one. Who's gonna win?
Who's God? Who's God right?
Who's God gonna answer?
So
and if you pray to the same God, and if you pray to the same God, which God was right? How can you be praying to the same God? Your team didn't win, but y'all praying to the same God.
Yeah, and then Christianity came out of the you know what I'm saying, out of the essence of what was called the Masonic age. So you had a whole lot of different Masonic cults, you know what I'm saying, especially in Judaism, where you had different, you know, heroes and, you know, or people that was, you know what I'm saying, looked at, you know, real life people that were looked at as some type of returning hero or something, you know what I'm saying, some type of religious leader that looked at as a hero, things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? They've been doing it, the Jews been doing it since, you know what I'm saying, Hosea. You know what I'm saying? The return of this hero. You know what I'm saying?
I like the brother that told that Jim about how they had Sabio respects. That part where you said that they turned did I hear it right? They turned an African concept into the
Christian
Yahweh.
concept. Yeah,
Mm.
yeah, because
So it was. Go ahead.
you got to understand about, and that's the one thing that I really don't like about the Christians and the Warner Bros and all those people. They disrespect the African cultures and their ways of life before Christianity and Islam got to that continent. And what this paper is saying is that these people already had their ways of life. They already had their religious concepts, their gods or goddesses, whatever you want to call them, their orishas, whatever you want to call them. They already had them. And in order for them to incorporate this Christian identity, they took the God concept that was already in use and put Christian attributes to it.
Okay, for sure. I'm with you. I'm with you on that. So when it comes to what you know about African belief systems prior, is there anything about people raising from the dead that you can think of?
Not that I'm familiar with.
You have resurrection
Maybe
in
in Egypt. Yeah, in Egypt. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know about.
maybe the crack.
hold on. You have the Babylonian stuff with what's the name raised after 3 days and 3 nights. It actually said 3 days and 3 nights.
Yeah, you got the practitioners of zombies in West Africa. West African religion.
But that's not African though. That's in what's the name? When they raised 3 days and 3 nights.
Islam. I thought that was Islamic.
That's in Babylon.
Babylon got that? Wow.
Yep.
All right.
No, I'm not saying they got it from that, because the whole thing about 3 days and 3 nights have to do with Jonah, and that's probably like a idiom. 3 days and 3 nights is like an idiom. But as far as it being done, as far as we find that in with Ainana and her husband, how she died, and she died for 3 days and 3 nights, came back on earth. That's why when people say they copied from Egypt, I'm like, it don't really make sense. If you have a situation where you could come back on earth, you would copy that one more likely than something that says you stay in the afterlife, because that's what the Egyptians about, living in the afterlife. But
that's interesting. It's things change. That's interesting.
I would say you got Yoruba. If you look in Yoruba culture, the Orisha or Rumula, or in Latin America they call him Arula. You know what I'm saying? He has a lot of some similar aspects to a Christ figure.
Have y'all
being a high priest and being like him being Orisha, and you know what I'm saying, living amongst humans, you know.
Have y'all found any connections with the so-called Sumerian language and so-called Bantu languages?
No.
It's none at all. That's pseudo linguistics, bro.
I'm sorry. Which one is pseudo? You don't believe in Bantu or Sumerian?
I got 8 more minutes, so get it in. 8 more minutes.
No, I'm saying Bantu language have nothing to do with no Sumerian language. Bantu is part of the Niger-Congo language family. It's related to other Niger-Congo languages. It's actually what I told you earlier. It's actually a particular branch of Beni Kwe. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I've seen Bantu language connections go all the way from Africa all the way to Japan.
I'm sure you have. That don't make it true.
It don't make it true. All right. Well, this is how I seen it, right? It was words that sound the same, words with the same definition that they use.
All right, so bring it out. Give me 5 examples.
Yeah, I hope you know Bantu people did travel with Portuguese into like areas in Asia, things of that nature, doing that, you know, later time.
All right, for sure. All right, then. So, do you think that they was the teachers to the settlements? Do you think they was establishing things while they was out there? Because I heard someone say that the way Africans view India is East Africa.
No, nobody, no.
Oh,
Nobody.
I should have read this part. The spirituality of Africa, which is rooted in and strongly influenced by the traditional religions of Africa, had existed long before the advent of Islam and Christianity. It should also be noted that African religion from the time past is twisted together with the experiences, history, and cultures of the African peoples. This was what prepared the reception ground for both Christianity and Islam.
Well, yeah, Africans got sight that date back 85,000
That's
years.
exact. I need you to understand.
Hey, 1 second. Christ is King said, the faster you realize this, the clearer things become. For I resolved to know nothing while I was with you, except Jesus Christ and Him crucified. No?
Paul.
Now, let me just say this. 1 Corinthians 2:2, the NIV version. So because somebody wrote this and it's in a book, that means we should hold to it. We're not. Do you know we're not even genetically connected to the biblical text?
We're not even.
We are primarily West and Central Africans. It doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it real for you today. It's wise words of wisdom that's collected together. It doesn't make it a reality for you at all. This is a belief system. This just means that you're conquered. Like Constantine said, everywhere you see the cross means I've conquered the area. It doesn't mean anything, only to a believer. You believe in the New Testament, that's on you. It doesn't make it real.
Yeah, that's why I say we don't even eat the same, like Niger Congo, West and Central Africa. We don't even eat the same food that's in the Bible. We don't eat wheat and barley and bread and stuff. Like we practice mostly yam agriculture, rice agriculture. If that was a case, you would find some of them staples in the Bible. Like a lot of people, humans write about the stuff that they eat, stuff that they cultivate.
Have y'all not? What do you think about what the Zimbabwe structure? Like the Zimbabwe, you familiar with the structure in Zimbabwe? It's a megalithic structure.
Very familiar. That's Africans putting in work. Africans putting in work.
Yeah, by Eastern Bantus, yeah.
And no Israelite go there and create nothing like they talk about the white Zimbabwe and that book that came out to talk about the Hamitic hypothesis, how this scholar lied and said that white people was there and the people was going there paying all this money to find these white people. Ain't nobody white there. It's the same tribe that's been there for thousands of years. But they don't want to give black people credit because of the Hamitic hypothesis.
Have you not seen?
You can find older stone. You can find older stone buildings in West Africa and southern Mauritania, Dartechet in Mali. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, the oldest structure in the world is 85,000 years. That's Adam's calendar in South Africa.
That is incorrect, my brother.
It's not. Well, what's wrong with it?
It's not that old.
It's not 85.
What's his name from Team Osiris beat me up on that shit, man. He's like, "Golf, you pseudo for that."
That's one of my favorites.
You know what? Talking homeboy that live in Brooklyn. What's his name? I forgot his name right now. He beat me up that day, boy. He said, "Golf, you pseudo. You can't be in Team Osiris and be pseudo." I'll never forget that shit. Nope.
So how Adam's calendar got beat?
It's not dated that old. It's dated older because of this white guy that run around and like to date faces older than they are. And I thought it was 120,000 years old. Oh man, he beat me up that day, boy. I'll never forget that shit.
All right. Well,
we got 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
All right. So let me get this out real quick. There's a thing for you. So you I might even send this and I might post this in the chat. The Western missionaries dismissed by mistake African traditional religion as being spiritism, paganism, animism, or fetishism. Some other missionaries acknowledged early enough the efficaciousness of the African traditional religion. In this way, Smith believed that Africans had a concept of God long before the arrival of Christianity. A Belgian missionary, Placid Temples, believed it was essential to study and understand African traditional religion in order not to destroy African cultures through Christianizing them.
Sabio, you're chipping out, bro.
Am I clear?
Yeah.
All right. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you for tuning in. Go ahead. You want to say something, bro?
I got one more question. If you
Go ahead.
Do you think Credo Mutwa is pseudo?
Yes, he is. Hey, Kyle, I didn't even see you gave $4.99, man. Thank you for the $4.99, beloved. Peace and love to Kyle in the building. I never see Kyle was here. Let me see what else we got. Yeah, what happened is a well-organized lie will defeat a disorganized truth anytime. I mean, if you guys want to rock out, I'll mute up. Y'all can still rock out if y'all want. But I got work I gotta go do. I got 1 minute and 10 seconds left. All right.
No.
What I'm gonna do next week is I'm gonna ask the question: who are we? Who are we? Where are we from? That's the question that everybody wants to answer. So we need to get into that. Gola, definitely need you on the panel next week for that. We need to talk about who we are on an average, because you got a few people with the G marker, Gola. You got a few people with G. Probably you got a couple people with, you got a lot of people with R. You got a lot of people with E, and a couple people with J over here in the Western Hemisphere, man. So we're gonna have a conversation. Who are we?
I'm so rare. Shit, I'm a rare breed, man.
Yeah, I would say the sex chromosome don't even really tell you who you are itself. You know what I'm saying? It's the overall DNA, like the oldest autosomal, mitochondria, and the Y group. It's everything. You know what I'm saying? You got southern white people walk around with E1B1A markers and shit. You know what I'm saying?
All right, later, family. We out of here. Thank you guys for tuning in, man. Peace and love. Peace and love. We out. Peace.